Thanks for joining us, everybody, for the June 16th, 2020 Brattleboro Selectboard. I'd like to call the meeting to order now, and I'll ask our town manager, Peter Elwell, if the meeting has been properly warned.
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Thank you. And just as a reminder to everybody, we do try to keep it orderly as far as commentary. We will be asking for public comment under every single agenda item pretty much, I think, tonight. But also there's very open public participation during the agenda item called public participation, which comes up in the early portion. If you'd like to say anything, I beg of everyone to keep it so that I can manage everyone and how they come in to speak, to just sign up on the chat. I will be scanning this chat. Make sure you confirm what subject you want to talk about. I imagine some people are going to be wanting to talk about the general fund budget. That is a little bit down the road here. So, but I will start making a list as we go. And those that want to speak during public participation, which is for any other subject that doesn't appear on our agenda, should probably try to chime in first. Everyone else, if it's later in the agenda, you have a little bit of time. So, but thanks for doing that. I'll try to remind people about how we use the chat section here. Try not to comment inside chat because it's not part of public record. So while some people might find it interesting, it'll clog up the way I get to find out who wants to speak, and it'll cause a little problem. So thank you. So without further ado, we're going to first approve the minutes of May 26th. So if any other board members have a motion.
I move to approve the minutes of May 26, 2020.
Thanks, Ian. Ian has made a motion to approve May 26th board minutes. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
And that passes 5-0. Next on our agenda is chair's remarks. I'm going to be trying to be disciplined and not slow down our meeting. I'm going to have a very short remark and just say that it's already been a heck of a week, and I'm counting that week from last Tuesday. And a really bright spot, I think, in that week was yesterday when a few of us were able to gather and for the official dedication of the, not the dedication, the groundbreaking of the skate park up at Memorial Park. So that's a pretty exciting thing for our future, the future of Brattleboro, for fun for our kids and not so kids, people who like to skate park. It was a beautiful location and a wonderful moment. And those are my remarks. Thank you. Manager's comments is next. Peter?
Thank you. I'll also be very brief. I just want to remind everyone that the entire community is invited tomorrow night to a conversation with our police chief, Michael Fitzgerald. It'll begin at 5:30 on the Common. We had previously advertised a rain date, but the weather looks like it's going to be great. So it'll be tomorrow evening at 5:30 on the Common.
Thank you, Peter. Next up is select board comments and or committee reports. Just raise your hand and jump in. A couple head shakes, no comments or reports. Okay.
Traffic Safety Committee this Thursday at 8 a.m.
Awesome. And is that your first or second?
Second, Tim. Second.
How are you enjoying that?
Love it. I was born for it.
I loved it too.
Oh, God.
I have a committee report, Board of Civil Authority report. We had our ad hoc committee meeting last Friday at 3:30 to discuss getting ready for the primary in August and eventually November. And I really encourage the public and everybody watching that mail-in ballots are going to be a necessity this year, and that if you're able to, mailing in is really the way to do it. There's It's going to be hard for us to keep the lines down, but we're going to try our very best. And there's a lot of really good work being done by the BCA to plan that. So we have another meeting this Friday at 1 p.m. And I'd encourage any other select board member who is also a member of the BCA to attend if they'd like to.
Terrific. Thank you. Does that do it for comments or committee reports? Nice. Thank you. We do have a long agenda tonight, so just want to remind everybody I appreciate the brevity when it's possible. We're going to move into public participation, and just to remind everybody once again, over in the chat box, the only way we try to use chat in this situation with GoToMeeting and Brattleboro Selectboard meetings is to alert me and the rest of the board that you'd like to make a comment on a particular agenda item or indeed public participation, which is next. Just give us your name, and the subject does help. And don't go into the details, because we'd like to either see you on screen, or if you're uncomfortable with being seen, we can just hear you. But actually to enter into the record, it's great if we can actually have a two-way conversation. And so far what I'm seeing is requests to speak on the FY21 budget. So again, I'll just let everybody know that if you'd like to speak to something that's not on our agenda, now is going to be the time. And you can let me know via chat. And right now, unless someone else sees something that I'm missing, I only see requests for our fiscal year 21 budget, which is great. I'm going to start writing down those names when I force myself to stop talking. And if not, we're going to move on in a few minutes to our next order of business. But I just feel like I want to make sure everybody has a chance if somebody came to speak to something that's not on our agenda. And that would include anybody who is on phone, but I don't, yep, it doesn't look like we have a caller now. So I think we're all right for now. Thanks for the discipline in the chat. That's perfect. And I'm going to start writing down names. Next up is Water and Sewer Commissioners. So we have a couple of things to do. Can I get a motion to convene as Water Sewer Commissioners?
So moved.
Daniel has made a motion to convene as Water Sewer Commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0. I'm going to pass it over to Peter Elwell.
Thank you. So the first item under Water and Sewer Commissioners this evening is the second reading, public hearing, and hopefully adoption of the rate ordinance. You've had discussion and received public comment on this at two prior meetings on May 26th and June 2nd. By statute, the ordinance adoption process is that there's a first reading where the intent of the board is identified during a discussion period, and then when you have clarified either that you want to move forward with the document as it was presented that evening or as it may be modified, in this case you did modify it in a way that I'll describe in a moment, then it goes 2 weeks later to a second reading and a public hearing. This is actually the final action that you'll take unless you decide to further modify where this is headed. Substantively, the water rates of the town need to increase in the next few years in order to pay for a major replacement project for the water filtration plant up at Pleasant Valley Reservoir. We've been through the details of that project also back in May, and you authorized that we apply for a forgivable loan from the state to help us do the final design of that and bring the project forward for review by the select board and ultimately hopefully approval at next year's representative town meeting. So there'll be a lot more to talk about the water plant in the months ahead. For this evening, the rate ordinance that we proposed initially had a 2% increase for this coming fiscal year, beginning on July 1st, it would be a 2% increase both for water rates and sewer rates. And then for 4 years after that, 6% increases for water. And we had initially brought forward 2% increases for sewer. In your discussion on first reading on June 2nd, the select board directed that the 4 final years of this ordinance on the sewer side be 1% increases. And so the ordinance that has been published in preparation for tonight's public hearing, and what is in front of you this evening is a modification to Chapter 18, which is the water and sewer ordinance section of our code. And specifically, as set forth in the documents for tonight's meeting, the modification of the rates, 2% for both water and sewer in the first year, 6% for each of the next 4 years in water, and 1% for each of the next 4 years for sewer. It'd be appropriate for you to open a public hearing, Tim, and then take whatever public comment there is on this, have whatever additional discussion the board needs to have, and then move forward to adoption if you're ready.
Absolutely, thank you. I'd like to now, I don't think I need a vote for that, open a public hearing. Do I need a vote for that? Catching up as I'm going along. Is there anybody out there who would like to comment on the utility rates ordinance that we're now discussing? I do not see any hands being raised in our chat section. Again, that's our method of asking you to raise your hand. It's the easiest way in the chat, since we have quite a few people online here. And if everyone was to pop in with video and audio, it would not only be chaos, but it would make Janet super small trying to sign. We wouldn't want that because no one could see her then. Okay, so I don't have any other, how about, would the board like to make any comments? Individual board members. Liz is the first to raise her hand.
I just wanted to say that I like the discussion we had at the last meeting and Daniel's comments regarding finessing the percentage increase so that it's the minimum amount that works for the town and the ratepayers. And I'm pleased with that. And of course, this is an essential business of the town and must be done.
Thank you. I see some head nods. Does anybody else want to comment? Brandon?
I agree with Liz.
Thank you. Well, tossing it back one last time to any audience members that have tuned in to chime in on the utility rate ordinances. This is the second and final reading of those rates. You think somebody should read out just the administrative description there, Peter?
Sure, I'll be happy to do that. From the administrative report?
That's what I was thinking, in lieu of a long.
Yep. The board is asked to hold a second reading and public hearing on the proposed amendments to Chapter 18 of the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances. The board held its first reading on this matter on June 2nd and requested that the sewer rates be altered so that the increase would be 1% instead of 2% for FY22 through FY25. The backup documents for this meeting include charts that reflect the changes requested by the board and the overall impact of the proposed 5-year ordinance. And if you're ready to proceed with action, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and then take a motion.
Absolutely. Thanks for doing that. It was sort of had a dual purpose of information and stalling a little bit for anybody who is a little late to the game. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing now. And I would accept a motion from a board member.
Can I do it?
Yes.
Thanks. Okay, I move to approve the amendment of to Chapter 18 of the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances as presented.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel has moved to approve the amendment to the Chapter 18 of the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances as presented. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And that's 5-0. It passes. Next, we have still within Water and Sewer Commissioners, we have a purchase of a culvert that Peter's going to tell us about, possibly with assistance.
Yep. So if you have questions after I provide the overview, then Steve Barrett or Dan Tyler, I see Dan coming on, so Dan can certainly answer any detailed questions you might have. The overview on this one is as part of a project that you've already approved and that we will mostly construct with town personnel. This is the waste line project that will take wastewater from the water treatment facility down into the town's sewer collection system, down through the woods and connecting into the existing system in the Mountain Home Mobile Home Park. This project has one element to it where it crosses a stream and we need a box culvert to be installed there. So there'll be a contractor hired to do just that part of this job. The rest of it will be done by town employees. And the piece of infrastructure that'll be installed by the contractor in order to facilitate this pipeline and protect the stream, it has a long lead time. And so what we're proposing this evening is that you authorize us to buy that box culvert so it will be ready in time to be installed later this summer by the contractor when the bidding among the contractors has occurred. Dan went out and he got 2 quotations on this. Competition is limited for this item because it's a specialty item. There's only one provider of it. Interestingly, though, Contec is the company that manufactures this, and Everett J. Prescott Incorporated, by a little over $500, was able to provide what we need at a slightly lower cost than the manufacturer. So our recommendation is that you authorize awarding this, authorizing us to spend $25,207.89 to buy the box culvert from Everett J. Prescott Incorporated.
Thank you, Peter. Questions? Oh, come on, I'm doing something. Oh, good. Ian.
Yeah, so I gotta ask, only one provider of the culvert? So there's only one manufacturer of this, or is it limited by region? There are other places that make it, but they're too far away. Could we just get a little more information on that?
The culvert was specified specifically to be an aluminum box culvert because of the limited distance between the water mains and the bottom of the culvert. Typically, these would be concrete box culverts. The nature of this aluminum culvert, Contec, is, yeah, I guess our local distributor of this type of culvert. There's really, the engineer specified this specific culvert. So.
Huh. Thank you.
Okay.
How long is it going to last for?
Oh, I think it should last forever. It's aluminum and it has a corrosion resistant coating on it. So, I mean, it's an extended life.
Great answer.
Yeah, I was like, oh, forever. It's like, it's taking 20 years.
Are the kids?
What was that? Brandy, did you have a question? Oh,
She's parenting.
oh, sorry. Any other questions? If not, you know what I need. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. I'll make a motion.
Oh, wonderful.
I will, as soon as I said that, I moved my screen. Oh, I got it. I will move to authorize expenditure of $25,208.89 to Everett J. Prescott Incorporated for purchase of an aluminum box culvert for the Pleasant Valley Water Treatment Plant Waste Line Project.
Thank you, Brandy. Brandy has made a motion to authorize an expenditure, $25,208.89 to Everett J. Prescott, Inc. for purchase of an aluminum box culvert for the Pleasant Valley Water Treatment Plant Waste Line Project. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, and then say hi. So,
Aye.
Aye.
that passes 5-0. We have, so let us adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners. Will I get a motion?
moved.
So
So
moved by
moved.
Brandy. Let's move to adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We are now adjourned 5-0. We are now going into unfinished business with a COVID-19 update kicked off by our own beloved Peter Elwell, Town Manager.
Wow. In the interest of time, because we got a long agenda and a lot of important business to conduct, and there just hasn't been much change in the status of things, I guess the one thing I would note is it's inescapable to anybody who's been down Main Street in the last couple of days that the parklets are coming out onto Main Street, and they will be coming out, we hope, before the end of the week onto Elliott Street as well. But aside from that, the governor has extended the state of emergency related to COVID for another month till at least July 15th. And operations are pretty much status quo, which is to say still very cautious and not much business being done face-to-face, person-to-person, but the things that need to be getting done through electronic communications mostly.
Okay, thank you. Any board members have a comment or question that sort of falls into the category of overall COVID-19 status update?
Are the parklets going to have covers like umbrellas or anything? Or is that going to be dependent on each business?
That will depend on each business. I know some of them have specific plans to put umbrellas over tables. They also know that they're allowed to do a tent over the entire parklet if they'd like to. Depending on the size of the tent, it might need a permit, but we've indicated that we'd be, as flexible as safety allows in terms of how folks want to put covers up. There's also still work being done to plan how they might be decorated. So, this is placement of the barriers is very much just the first step. But in the days ahead, maybe the next week or so, we expect that they're going to come to life as parklets. There also, one clarification I should offer is we've talked in the past about how each one would have to have a floor that would be constructed to keep it level with the sidewalk. We were asked whether a ramp would be acceptable in lieu of a floor, and we've seen the style of the ramp that's intended, and it meets ADA requirements, and we believe it is a safe way to do, to navigate that different distance between the sidewalks over the curb down into the parklet. And by doing it with so much less construction, it saves a lot of money for DBA and restaurants, and so we've said yes to that.
Thank you.
Great. Well, I will just throw it out there just to make sure no one joining us today has a question about that general overall COVID-19 update. Of course, we can accept a question later under the same heading because we're moving into sort of part 2 of the COVID-19 section, where I had actually asked for us to just do a check-in on the wearing face coverings required. Is it okay if we move to that section?
I have a question.
Liz had a question.
Hi, Liz. Sorry about that.
That's
Were you
fine.
raising your hand and I didn't see you?
Yeah, but that's fine. I have a question for Peter. Is there going to be an opening night for these parklets, or they just, when they're ready, they'll open?
I think that what we've discovered in our communication, we talked also about having a license agreement for each one. So we prepared that, and those are getting executed. Each one is making its own arrangements for bringing out the tables and having whatever covers and all that they might do. So, what we've realized in the details of this is that some of them are, really pretty well ready to go, and others are still making arrangements for how they're going to serve clientele in the parklets. And if the DBA and the restaurants who are participating choose to do some kind of an event around opening them up, certainly they're that wouldn't be something that there would be any town rule that would be an impediment to. But I think it's more likely, as my guess, that each one will open up as they are ready, because some of them might be ready as soon as this weekend.
Great, thank you.
I did notice that there was some interesting discussions online talking about congesting the downtown. And I think that's more of a visual impact thing because just to remind everybody, we're not actually taking up any roadway in this operation. And when I went down there, it occurred to me that it actually might improve traffic slightly because you won't have people backing out of those particular or going forward from those particular parking spots or looking to park there. So who knows? And there still will be plenty of parking in Brattleboro is the other side of things, trying to help out our restaurateurs a little bit. Okay, so I don't see anybody raising their hand in the chat section, so let's just go forward with our part 2. Again, I requested, I think the board pretty much agreed with me that it would be a nice check-in to check in on our emergency order of wearing face coverings while inside in the town of Brattleboro to those buildings that do business with customers. Does anybody have any initial comments for how things are going in their mind? Brandy?
I would just like to remind us to put our masks up over our noses as well as our mouths. Otherwise, I feel like I was downtown today and I felt like most people on the sidewalks were wearing masks to the point where I was sitting outside the works eating and I started to feel out of place because I had taken mine off. And so as soon as I finished, I put mine back on and just kind of alternated with my coffee because I was in the minority for sure, having taken mine off to eat.
Liz?
I get a sense that it's going well, and most people are appreciative that the select board made this rule.
Thanks. Daniel or Ian?
Yeah, shall we just set this to be discussed again on July 15th at the next potential end to the state of emergency?
I think
Sure.
that's reasonable. Yeah.
Okay.
A quick clarification on that. So
It's not the 15th.
this time aligned really closely because the governor's order would have expired yesterday, and then you had this meeting tonight. They're not going to align as well in July. The July meetings of the select board are scheduled for the 7th and the 21st. So my advice would be schedule it for the 21st, because if the order is lifted, which I think is unlikely, but if the governor lifts the state of emergency, then that automatically eliminates your order. And if the state of emergency is extended, then you could consider how things are going a week later.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah. Good suggestion. Thank you.
Great.
Yep.
Daniel? Anything?
I'm not raising my hand.
Good.
Well, I will just close things off by I think it's gone pretty well. There's always I've heard from some people who are just still not happy with the resolution, and that's fine. I think we did the right thing. I think there's still some frustration about we have been getting, and Peter will back me up on this, we have been getting a few complaints about businesses that aren't following, and we've had to explain that we're not going to be going in to enforce, although Peter has made several visits to some businesses that were a little reticent, if I'm not mistaken, right, Peter?
That's correct. And just to be clear, when we've had a complaint about employees not wearing face coverings, we've reported that to the health department because the state has an enforcement arm that deals with that part of what the state requires. When we get complaints that are just about customers not wearing masks, then we just remind the proprietors at those businesses. That's what the town's order requires.
Right. So I think it's gone relatively well. I think, oh, Liz?
Well, just for the people who are frustrated with having to wear a mask, I would just say that I'm frustrated that there's a worldwide pandemic and we have to deal with it.
Here, here.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's just to make a comment on what Brandy noticed. I've noticed more and more people at least in the downtown section are wearing them on the street, which is interesting because when it's not crowded, I don't feel compulsion to wear one outside. But I'm actually in what I call a mixed marriage because my wife always wears hers outside downtown. So there's always that peer pressure that goes on. But of course, when other people are wearing them, you feel like it's the respectful thing to do. So great. We'll as per Ian's suggestion and Peter's modification, we'll make sure this appears again on July 21st, and that will let people also comment. Again, I'll just say that when people would like to comment on a subject matter, especially when we're actively talking about that agenda item, please note that in the chat. Just give us your name and what you'd like to ask about or comment about, and I'll add your name and make sure your voice is heard. Okay. I don't see any requests concerning the COVID-19 update or the face coverings. So I think we should move on. And we're moving on into parking fund matters, still under unfinished business. So this is 9B, if you're following along at home on our agenda. And Peter, we will hear from you again, is that correct?
Yes, please. I'll provide the summary of these two. I think for the budget item, that's likely to be sufficient, although if you have a deeper dive question you want to ask, then Patrick may need to come on for that too. And then I'll also summarize the transfer, but there's some nuances to that I think you might want to bring Patrick on for to discuss research that he did around the different capital projects that are needed. The budget is pretty straightforward because of the significant deficit in the parking fund this year because of the months that we've had it no parking enforcement operating. We talked in presenting this budget to you back on May 26th and then again June 2nd that the intention and now the reality of it in terms of how we are reactivating and ramping up and getting ready to operate again is that as of effective July 1st, there will be parking enforcement again. So we will be collecting revenue into the system at the meters and at the kiosks. And we will be enforcing parking regulations. So the budget that we presented it assumed a 12-month operation starting July 1st, and we're gonna meet that requirement. And it is it's a break-even budget. There's based on what we know about how revenues have been coming in the new system with the modern equipment that was installed about a year and a half ago. We now have enough experience with it to have a pretty good handle on what revenues will be, if there is a relatively normal amount of activity downtown. Now, there will be some reduction, certainly as this summer goes along based on the COVID-19 impacts, but the forecast is for a relatively normal year without being aggressively optimistic. And we can project annual expenses pretty accurately. So the sum total of all that is we feel as though based on your prior review and what we can know about parking operations in this time of COVID, that the budget is ready for your adoption. There, I believe, based on your prior discussions, isn't anything else that you'd be looking to get additional information on or modify in that budget. The second item this evening is about the relationship between, the second parking item is about the relationship between the general fund and the parking fund. Because of the deficit that occurred this year due to COVID, we had to cancel some capital improvement work that had been previously scheduled and approved by the board that is needed in order to maintain the infrastructure of the system. So there's a long postponed, 3 years, I believe, postponed resurfacing with a bit of landscaping upgrade also at the Preston parking lot with a cost estimate of about $30,000 that the parking fund can't afford at this time. And there's waterproofing that is even more important within the Brattleboro Transportation Center. In the ramps of the garage, there are joints where water seeps through and actually gets down into the occupied spaces below, both the town's parking office and the rented spaces for experienced goods and dotties. So particularly as a landlord, the town being a landlord to the two retail operations, that's really not an acceptable situation. And it's also not acceptable for us to have that leaking into the town office either. Patrick has worked with Steve Horton, who assists the town with projects like this, his construction expertise to designing and estimating these kinds of projects. And they've identified a cost of approximately $30,000 per floor. And we think it's important to do at least the bottom 2 floors of this in order to protect the occupied areas down underneath. So that would be potentially, and all of this, I should say, you know that the reason that we're offering this information is because at the June 2nd meeting, you asked for updated, confirmed estimates for these projects with an eye towards making a transfer. The general fund budget this year is going to end with a surplus. And so you wanted to see, magnitude of a transfer from the general fund to the parking fund might be appropriate to allow these capital improvement projects to move forward in the parking fund. And so sort of as a menu, because we're not sure where your level of comfort will be in the amount of the transfer, we're bringing forward a $30,000 paving parking lot upgrade project and, potentially 30 or 60 or more, although, we're not asking you to go higher than that to do all the floors of the garage. But those would be the numbers you'd be working with to advise us of how much of a transfer you think is appropriate.
Daniel.
First of all, can you please remind me what the expected surplus in the general fund budget is? Yes,
so we expect to end the year approximately $500,000 to the good. But because we, in the approved budget, had almost $250,000 authorized use of fund balance, it'll be about $250,000 surplus, operating surplus.
And then secondly, and this might be a Patrick question, I guess, do we have a sense of how much revenue parking brings in on a monthly basis? I should have really asked this in advance. I'm just kind of thinking whilst we've kind of not been collecting parking fees, how much did we lose, and could we kind of supplement that with the transfer?
I'm sorry, Tim, could you rephrase the question?
I will. How much does parking bring in each month? Is the simplest way I can ask it.
Simplest way. Just a second. Given
Patrick,
all of its
Patrick, excuse me for interrupting, but I need to correct what I said in answer to your first question. I just realized. So while Patrick's looking for that number, the amount that was authorized by Representative Tierney for use of fund balance this year was actually almost $350,000, not almost $150,000. It was confusing the proposed budget with the adopted budget. So the actual surplus, the operating surplus that would return additional dollars to fund balance, is expected to be on the order of about $150,000, minus whatever amount you decide to transfer.
Okay, so if we want to look at a month's worth of all revenues for the parking fund, we're talking about $73,000. So that's going to be inclusive of meter revenue, citation revenue, and rental income from our tenants at the Brattleboro Transportation Center.
Thanks.
Would we be adjusting that? Would we be making that transfer tonight, Peter?
You would be making that. This is your final meeting of the fiscal year, so you would need to make that decision tonight if you intend to transfer from general fund to parking.
Liz?
My question is, if we did the coating of the transportation center, all of the floors, would there be a savings?
Liz, I think it's reasonable to expect that there might be some savings, but as noted in the memo, this would be proceeding with a particular type of application for which we really don't have a lot of experience in. And so I think it might not be a bad idea to break it up into a couple of years if possible. And, you know, we'd be much more informed for phase 2, so to speak, having completed, 2 floors in this upcoming year.
And then you'll see whether it works and whether the tenants are satisfied, which our goal really is to make sure that the tenants have usable space.
Yes.
I think that's very important.
Okay.
Ian?
I guess coming in on the other side of this, if there's any chance that not waterproofing all the floors means that there's continued leakage into the rental spaces that the town rents, I think it's critical that the town of Brattleboro set the example as a landlord, and we make sure that the spaces that we're renting and getting money for are not leaking. So I don't know if we can answer that question as to if we just waterproof the bottom 2 floors, we mitigate it to the point where there is no leakage. But I would say that even if it's a possibility to make them have to go through another year of leakage because we didn't waterproof all the floors, I think we should do the 60,000 or however much it is to waterproof them all now.
Patrick, thank you.
Sure. Just to be clear, there are 4 floors to the transportation center. And
Okay.
so there are $30,000 per floor would be $120,000 as an estimate.
Will we waterproof all of them or just the?
So, based on the conversations that I've had with Steve, what we're trying to pursue is a higher standard because frankly, the previous standard has let us down again and again. So this would be a substantially more involved application that we're very hopeful would yield much better results. And if we could proceed with 2 floors, I think we feel pretty good that we'd be addressing this dilemma in a much improved manner.
Liz?
And we wouldn't have the money to do all 4 floors and the parking lot.
We would have the money.
We would.
It would be then putting the town's general fund budget in a situation where, it would be impossible to predict whether or not we'd actually have an operating surplus. We might have to use a little bit of that fund balance. We're not in danger of using so much money for the parking fund that we would end up negative compared to budget. We're going to beat budget in the general fund, and we're going to beat it by at least a couple $100,000. But it's possible that we might use some of that fund balance that was authorized last year by representative town meeting if you decided to transfer $150,000 to the parking fund to do the 4 floors of sealant and the Preston parking lot. It's really a pure policy question as to the balancing act of the needs of the parking fund and the the lost revenue there because of COVID balanced against the considerations of, a better than expected year in the general fund.
Peter, I'm sorry, but could you repeat the amount? I think it was a total amount for the floor, for all 4 floors, because you dropped out. I think that's what you were saying. For
Yeah,
me,
so at $30,000 per floor and 4 floors,
yeah.
there'd be $120,000 for the sealant, and then $30,000 more for the parking lot. Or, as it was originally presented to you for this evening, doing 2 of the 4 floors would be more cautious financially, more protective of the general fund by doing a $90,000 transfer to do half of the transportation center, we think is adequate at the initial step, and then still be able to do the Preston lot improvement as well.
Liz? And then Daniel?
I like the idea of doing the 2 floors because if it works, great. And if it doesn't work, we've only done 2 floors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that we placed trust in Steve Horton. He recommended 2 floors. I don't see the need to double our spending on that. I think doing the parking lot as well would be good, given that work has just been put off and put off, and I'm sure every winter it gets beaten. I have a bigger question about this general fund surplus. And so these uses of surplus right now were kind of stuff that we've talked about already in a public meeting. You guys have prepared material. If we end up with, say, $100,000 left in a surplus after this action, is there any scope for tonight using that money for something that isn't quite as well planned out? I know that's putting a lot of people on the spot.
Yeah. So the difficulty with that, if I'm understanding your question, is the discussion you're having now in furtherance of the questions you asked us in the prior meeting is about the possibility of moving money from the general fund to the parking fund, which is an action that's within your authority and discretion as the select board until the end of the fiscal year. The broader conversation about other potential uses that we're anticipating having here in a few moments for things that the town might pursue related to the FY21 general fund budget doesn't involve a transfer. It's a general fund expenditure. So you could adopt a budget that has a higher level of expenditure with a higher anticipated use of fund balance attached to it, but you would be doing that contrary to the practice you've made that staff has also recommended repeatedly to use excess fund balance for non-recurring expenses. So we would just urge to be cautious about that. Your point about the prior consideration of this item, I think, is important. It doesn't dictate action. You had an idea of what action you might want to take, and you needed information from us to decide whether or not to do it. We've provided the information, and now you have a decision to make about whether this is a good use of these funds or not. I think that stands in contrast to the possibility of adjusting figures that have not been researched to some other level of spending.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other board members have a comment right now? We sort of have So we basically have the two projects that we are looking at for a possible transfer to cover, correct? Can you remind me the meter income and parklet spaces? Was that just for general info? Who asked for that again?
I think a lot of us did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting, but it didn't really kind of change any of my thinking, but it's good to know.
Okay,
Well,
I was just
I think it's good for the public to know, from an economic development standpoint, what we are foregoing for the benefit of the restaurants and for commerce.
And
absolutely.
if I might,
Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
can I just say what the numbers are, just so the public will know? I think that's appropriate. That
Yeah, that's a good idea.
it's a good point that you did this just to have a sense of beyond the $30,000 investment that you authorized in the actual physical creation of the parklets, that there would be some lost revenue. And so the estimate of that using actual usage of those actual spaces, the data that we have from the past year, the expectation is that the lost revenue would be approximately $11,237. So that's really the most realistic, reasonable estimate of the additional investment being made by the town in the parklet system. We also did calculate, just for reference, just so you kind of get a feel for the usage of the system, what the revenue for those spaces would be if they were used every minute of every day during the period of time when we charge for parking. So that potential lost revenue is $30,600. But you can see that what that's telling us is that the overall, over the course of a month, the usage of those spaces is going to be approximately 1/3 of capacity.
Thank you, Liz.
And so those are for the parklets, but there's also hoods on the meters for curbside pickup and whatnot. So that's an additional benefit being given to stores.
Well, it has been when we weren't doing parking enforcement. We actually were intending to move back away from that informal system. There is a formal system by which a store can acquire the right to use a space for particular needs. We hadn't planned to allow folks to do their own informal bagging of meters once those meters are back into functioning as the system.
Okay, thank you.
Has that conversation been had with folks?
Not as explicitly as we just had it, but I will confirm that with Stephanie Bonin. Certainly in the communication we've had about the parklet, I think it's been really clear that there's sort of a transition we're going through here where the parklets are really important as a way to provide some additional opportunity for those businesses that have really struggled, through having to be mostly shut down during the stay home period. But that we also, for the benefit of, the functioning of downtown in terms of turnover of parking spaces, and for the financial health of the parking fund, for the benefit of the broader community, needed to get operational again with parking enforcement, and we haven't encountered resistance with that. And it looks like Patrick has something to add.
Oh, Patrick, please.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to capitalize on Peter's point. I have been in contact with Stephanie Bonin and asked her to reach out to all the businesses downtown that have had sort of ad hoc meter hoods on the meters in front of their businesses. We've asked them to please remove those by the close of business on the 21st, which is a Sunday. The following Monday, parking enforcement staff are going to be going along and doing some assessment of the inventory, making sure the batteries are getting up to speed, making sure everything's functional. And so at some point in time, we're going to need to come along and take those down. But just to provide the businesses with notice that if they wanted to keep those, if they wanted to make sure and take them down carefully, they now have an opportunity to do so.
Great. Thank you, Patrick. I'm going to go ahead and continue to trust that people know that if they want to comment right now on the parking fund matters that we're discussing, they can go ahead and put their name and subject in the chat. And now that I've done that, how would the board like to proceed on this? Who has a proposal?
I'd like the parking lot and 2 floors of the garage.
Yeah, I think if we're confident that 2 of the floors. Yeah,
To do the trick.
yeah.
We didn't really talk about the lot much. I honestly haven't looked at that lot recently, and it was getting bad a while ago. Who knows? What's the shape?
It's bad.
Bad?
Bad.
Just never drive into that lot. So. Okay. Well, I'm kind of going along with that too. Liz?
Well, the other thing about that lot is that's the one that's across the street from the youth theater, right?
It's down the street from the youth theater.
It's across from Dottie's and Experience Goods.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, well,
That's-
that's pretty well used, and
Oh, yeah.
you do want it to look nice because it's a real benchmark for the town, what it looks like.
And safe and usable, of course.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what's our number there? It's is it 90?
90. I'll make a motion.
Yeah, how should we proceed on that, Peter?
I think it'd be appropriate because of the 2 motions are really distinct from each other in this case. Sometimes you condense multiple motions into one when it's multiple steps of the same action. This is really 2 distinct actions. I think it'd be appropriate to take a motion to approve the FY21 parking fund budget and a separate motion to authorize the $90,000 transfer from the general fund to the parking fund.
Okay. And do we need to specify the use of that 90,000, you think, or?
You could. The record is really clear. We understand that it's for 2 floors of the transportation center and to get the Preston lot done. And those projects would actually come back to you. Our spending authority goes up to $10,000. So each of those, when they're ready to move forward, will come back to you for the decision to actually do the project.
Okay, and of course, as it always is the case, I think of something right as you're giving us a good answer. Is it better to give you up to 100,000 versus exactly 90 in this case?
So I wouldn't do up to because it's a transfer. So, we need the direction of how much money to move from one fund to another fund. If you wanted to leave a little contingency room for, something coming in higher than expected, you could make that transfer $100,000 instead of 90. There's not a right answer or a wrong answer to that. It's your level of comfort in terms of moving this money from the one fund to the other for the reasons that you intend it to be spent.
Apologies.
I don't know. Another $10,000 sounds like a lot.
I withdraw that idea. Liz, if you're comfortable making both motions, we can.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Okay, I move to approve the FY21 parking budget fund as presented.
Can I pause just for a moment? I just got a message that is private, but I want to just ask it for the person who's asking me, because otherwise it won't get answered. Because I don't know if this person wants to be called out. I'll just ask the question. How much does the parklets cost the town with it being on Main Street? And has the town looked in pivoting and get rid of parklets? You know what? I'm going to say that we've discussed that, and I could answer that question directly if that person asking me the question wants to shoot me an email. But I think that's sort of been discussed already, right? It has to do with sorry, I'm just reading this as I go. It has to do with the cost to the town of having the parklets there. So we just discussed that, and I think there's a clear answer. So let me go ahead and accept that motion again. Liz, could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I'd be happy to. Except that's not the agenda. Hold on. I move to approve the FY21 parking fund budget. Oops. As presented.
Okay. Liz has made a motion to approve the parking fund budget as presented. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All right, next. I move to approve a transfer of $90,000 from the general fund to the parking fund.
Liz has made a motion to approve a transfer of $90,000 from the general fund to the parking fund budget. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All of those pass 5-0. Thank you. And thanks, Patrick, for jumping in and straightening us all out there.
Yep.
I think we're doing pretty well on time. I want to move into unfinished business C, fiscal year 21 general fund budget adoption. All of my fellow board members will remember that one meeting ago, we were all giving thumbs up to this item, and a lot has changed in our world in those 2 weeks. So I think a lot of people want to comment, and I'm curious if I do have a running list of people who want to comment. But first, I'd like to hear from the board as to how you want to do this. Daniel has his hand up, so I'm going to let him speak.
I was wondering if maybe like Peter might want to set some context for the adoption of the budget, and then we could hear from the public first and then come back to the board. Like we've done that before where there's been like a great deal of public participation. Yeah, that's what I'm interested in having happen anyway.
Reasonable, and I'm getting at least a couple nods. So
Yeah, that's fine.
Peter, would you mind?
No, I'd be happy to. I think the appropriate way to describe the context for the conversation tonight would be to start with what is so unusual about this moment in terms of town processes, and then describe the process of how we got to this place. So what's very unusual, unprecedented as far as I know, is that the select board is in a position to adopt the FY21 budget this evening because of a special act of the legislature that is explicitly and only related to the COVID-19 crisis, and the fact that the virus and the stay home, stay safe order prevented us from having a representative town meeting back on March 21st. So this budget in the normal course of business would have been addressed by representative town meeting on March 21st. Instead, it's before you because we waited as long as we could to see if it was going to be possible to have a representative town meeting before the new fiscal year began on July 1st. When it became clear that that wasn't going to be possible, and it'll say as a footnote, we're still working on ways to make that possible in as close a manner as can be done this year to the normal way of having a representative town meeting. It's going to not be normal. It's going to be very different, but we're working on different ways to try to have it be as complete a representative town meeting as normal later this summer. But in the meantime, since it couldn't happen before July 1st, and since the town would not have the authority to keep functioning and collecting and spending money after July 1st without an adopted budget, and we were not the only town. We were one of a dozen or more communities in the state that had not yet had an annual meeting. The legislature granted the special authority to those communities for the governing body, in our case, the select board, to this year only adopt the budget. The budget that's before you tonight and would have been before representative town meeting on March 21st, the preparation of that began about a year ago when we, during the summer of 2019, went through our annual process of updating a long-range financial plan. So we do a planning exercise in the summer in preparation for the annual budget process that's focused on the one-year budget that is a 5-year perspective, looking at things that we know are going to change and things that we think we reasonably need to prepare for, so that you're making each year's set of decisions in a broader multi-year context. That's especially important when there is some significant change in functioning of town government, but it's an important exercise to do even when things are going on sort of steady from year to year, so that we can see where there are potential financial bumps in the road coming, right, and plan for those. So, so we did that, and last August, the select board reviewed staff's update of the long-term financial plan, the 5-year forecast, gave some feedback related to the first year of that 5 years, which is the budget that's before you tonight. And then staff worked through the September and October period to finalize our proposed budget for your consideration in the winter months. I have a responsibility as town manager to consolidate the requests of the various town departments and other functions, and to refine that to bring it forward to you and recommend a balanced budget, and which I do on approximately November 1st each year. And then together, the 5 select board members and the staff work pretty much every Tuesday night. So during that period of November, December, and January, instead of meeting twice a month, you tend to meet instead 4 times a month. And we do a bit of budget business on the nights when you're doing a lot of other business, and we do only budget business on the 2 off Tuesdays. And working through that process, generally your first review of the proposed budget, looking at each piece in great detail, is concluded by the holidays. And then January is spent going back to look at unfinished items where either something new came up during the course of the first review, or where you didn't have enough information in front of you. You looked at something we were proposing and asked us some questions that we couldn't fully answer. So you needed more, you needed us to bring you more information, or you needed there to be maybe more input from the public. Each one of these meetings, I should say, is also, these are public meetings just like all your meetings are. And so you do take public comment at each stage along the way when you're in that deep detail related to each different department. And then also as it's coming together in January and you're making your final decisions. By the end of January, you as a select board are obligated to recommend a budget to representative town meeting so that that budget can be published in the town report that goes out in February and then is reviewed and considered, is the focus of the consideration for representative town meeting. The warning is in there, the town's financial audit is in there, and the proposed budget for the coming year is in the town report. And so that's that has to be, your work on that has to be done by the end of January, so that the document can be put together in the beginning of February, so that all the representatives have it for a few weeks to look at before it's time for them to render the final decision on the budget for the coming year at March's representative town meeting. And then there's action on that. Some years there have been cuts, some years it's been approved as recommended. The last 2 years, representative town meeting has actually increased the budget that was placed before them by the select board. And the action of representative town meeting becomes the adopted budget that gets implemented on July 1st. This year, because representative town meeting couldn't be held, the document that's in front of you is still the document that 4 of you and a different 5th member approved at the end of January as your recommendation for consideration at this year's representative town meeting. And for the reason we've talked about because of COVID, this came back to you at the June 2nd meeting with the question of, did you want to take another look at any of what's in here, or were you ready to move forward to adoption with the budget that you had previously recommended? And your decision 2 weeks ago tonight was to bring it forward one final time this evening in the same form as you had previously recommended and you had been looking at on June 2nd. And so that is what is before you this evening.
Thank you, Peter. what I am thinking is that we do have a lot of people that want to speak. As far as I know right now, we have, looks like 13 that have signed up to make a comment about this budget. And I'm feeling like if everyone can be pretty disciplined in the amount of time they take for their comments, I think we could get to everybody. And I'd like to make that happen, facilitate that. I'd also need to point out, because it's my duty as chair, to say that this is a meeting for the town of Brattleboro to conduct town of Brattleboro business. So while we invite all public comments and don't want to censor anybody, I must point out that we have a duty to get through a pretty large agenda here tonight. We have 8 or 9 more items to come to, starting with new business after this agenda item. So I would like to limit our comment altogether, if we can manage it, public and board comment, to an hour. That's going to be my goal. That would make us come to 8:30, which is our traditional roundabout. That time is when we take a little break to give our ASL interpreters a break and kind of use the bathroom, etc. So that's what I would like to do. We now have 14, so I will be quiet. Does the board have any objection to throwing it out to the public first, or does anybody feel like they'd like to say anything or frame anything first? I had no's.
I guess
from
I want to
most
just say that, like, you know, so like this part of the agenda was about adopting our fiscal year 21 budget. And I just want to kind of like name that I think everyone that's here today is here because they want to talk about the police part of the budget within the context of a national movement to defund or abolish the police. And I just want to like recognize that that is like why people are here today. And I'm
most probably. I will say not everybody.
I'm looking at the names and I'm fairly certain that's the case.
Okay. And that's fine. That's, you know, that's germane, etc. It's fine to name that and be the focus, but to make sure everybody out there understands that you can also comment on the general fund budget in general, because that's the line item here. So with no other objections or hand raised from the board itself, I think I'd like to go. I'm going to ask everybody to limit themselves. When I do the math, you know, it comes out to about 4 minutes per person for a 60 minutes, but that's just public and the board has to talk about it. So let's everyone try to keep it to 2 minutes. We've used 2 minutes in the past as a guideline for people. I'll time people here and just remind you when you're up. I have a feeling that a lot of comments might be similar. So if your comment is similar to the person, several people before you, please consider, you know, saying I agree with previous person, or I have a similar comment, and you can even choose not to comment, but just to keep things efficient.
Did we lose Daniel?
Did we lose somebody? Did we lose Patrick? Okay.
Daniel.
I don't
Daniel.
see Daniel.
Oh, sorry, I mean Daniel. That's what I meant. I said,
I'll text Daniel and see if he knows that he's gone.
Lost.
Green.
Is it just his camera?
maybe he just stepped away. He had to step away. Okay, so just to repeat, everybody, we're going to throw it out to the public first, and then the board will make their comments. And we are obliged to vote on this tonight because of the approach of July 1st, the fast approach. So I'm first on my list was Frank O, who I've spoken to on the phone. So if Patrick is at his magic fingers turning everybody off, on and off, maybe he could help Frank O come to us, or Frank, you can do the same.
Hi, I'm unmuted, but I'm gonna hold off my comment until Daniel Quip is present on video camera. So please add me to the queue for when that happens. Oh, hi,
Here he
Daniel.
is.
Perfect
I
timing.
really had to run and use the bathroom, and like I thought that if I did it real quick before the start of the comments, then that would be better than running out in the middle of the comments.
Absolutely.
Full disclosure.
Okay, you
Thanks,
can
Frank.
feel free
Just
to start.
I'll ask, if you don't mind, I'll ask everybody to let us know where they live and their names. You can say your full name or one name, and just try to keep it to 2 minutes, please.
Okay, I'm Frank Austin. I'm a resident of Brattleboro downtown. I use he, him pronouns. This evening, I'm going to read to you excerpts from the 8 to Abolition campaign. As abolitionists, we recognize that reforms that do not reduce the power of the police, including those proposed by 8 Can't Wait, simply create new opportunities to surveil, police, and incarcerate Black, Brown, Indigenous, poor, disabled, trans, gender oppressed, queer, migrant people, and those who work in street economies. We believe in a world where there are 0 police murders because there are 0 police, not because police are better trained or better regulated. Indeed, history has shown that ending police violence through more training or regulations is impossible. To build an abolitionist world that prioritizes the lives of Black people, we have drawn upon decades of abolitionist work to compile this list of demands targeted toward city and municipal powers. Honoring the long history of abolitionist struggle, we join in their efforts to divest from the prison industrial complex, invest in our communities, and create the conditions for our ultimate vision, a world without police, where no one is held in a cage, and all people thrive and be well. The 8 demands put forth. The end goal of these reforms is not to create better, friendlier, or more community-oriented police or prisons. Instead, we hope to build toward a society without prisons or police, where communities are equipped to provide for their safety and well-being. Number 1, defund the police. Number 2, demilitarize communities. Number 3, remove police from schools. Number 4, free people from prisons and jails. Number 5, repeal laws that criminalize survival. Number 6, invest in community self-governance. Number 7, provide safe, accessible housing for everyone. Number 8, fully invest in care, not cops. I want to finish by reading the following statement put forth by 8 Can't Wait. We know abolition is far more transformative than the 8 prior points or a website, and we hope that these points serve as a resource that demonstrates practical changes we can make now toward abolition. Credit for all of this information goes to the contributors to 8 to Abolition. I will be emailing all of you the PDF along with other resources, and I ask that you read in full the demands put forth. I yield my time.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks for your time. And up next, we have Sasha on my list.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Sasha Bratton, District 2. I'm here to say that, especially given the loss of accountability that representative town meeting normally provides, I think it's both socially and fiscally irresponsible that you're not now rethinking our budget and looking at it with a far more critical lens. It came back to you, you still have time, you have the power to change it. To be going forward with the budget like this feels insulting. Tim Wessel, in your Reformer op-ed, you recognize the growing popularity of the defund the police movement, but you didn't mention anything about whether Brattleboro might also need to consider how we fund our police. I feel ashamed to live in a town where our representatives have responded to these issues by unquestionably standing in support and solidarity with the police. It seems like all you talk about is tiny incremental reforms, but I'm forced to wonder why you're not talking about any of the negative impacts of policing on our community. I'm afraid that the representatives of the town have buried their heads here. It's willfully ignorant to think that our police are the good ones or that our police aren't part of the problem. I think your total lack of criticism in that public response, Mr. Wessel, is tantamount to municipally subsidized complicity in the perpetuation of white supremacy. I want to know when we're going to invest funding in holding our police accountable. When are you going to do something about the fact that our police are stopping and arresting Black people at rates significantly disproportionate to the number of Black people in our community? When are you going to recognize how our lack of police accountability has allowed racist and abusive cops like Sean Wilson to thrive and terrorize our community? In your response might be to talk about the Citizens Police Communication Committee or the CPCC, but the CPCC is not an oversight committee, and it only serves to further entrench police inscrutability and insulate the police from being held accountable. It's only mandated to facilitate communication. It doesn't even purport to be an agency of accountability. It has no funding, no access, no authority. You can't complain to the CPC about the police. You cannot submit a complaint about the Brattleboro police to anyone but the Brattleboro police. You want to credit the Brattleboro PD for not receiving many complaints, but take a moment and think about whether that's really because there's nothing to complain about. Everyone seems to agree Brattleboro is struggling to attract new people to the area, especially younger people. If you're wondering why young people don't want to move here, maybe you should think about whom Brattleboro at a municipal level serves to protect. As long as you continue to secure and defend white privilege, we remain complicit in white supremacy. Our town's budget reflects our town's values, and as long as our town values policing above all else, we should not expect anyone who agrees that Black Lives Matter will also share our town's values. I would like to see our town representatives start talking about how we divest from policing and make it possible for us to invest in the health of our community, in all members of our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Sasha. There was one inaccuracy in that comment I just want to point out. The CPCC does take complaints to police. Next, we have Zoe.
Hi there.
Hi, Zoe.
My name is Zoe Cunningham Cook, and I grew up in Brattleboro. I'm not sure what district it is, but I just moved back here a couple of weeks ago. And I'm speaking today as a light-skinned Black person to demand that Brattleboro confronts its ugly history of racism and dismantle systems that perpetuate that racism. While we like to think of Brattleboro and Vermont in general as an oasis of forward thinking, the fact remains that racism is everywhere, including here. I remember when my brother organized to remove the racist colonel mascot when he was just 15, and the threats that he received from grown white men. I remember the multiple times that my other brother, who was Black, was called the N-word or asked whether he lived here throughout our childhood. Those individual acts of racism have been horrific, but nothing compares to the state perpetuating racism through state action. Police as a whole was founded because of slavery, and no amount of reforms can change that. I'm not sure exactly what the stats are in Brattleboro, but I know that in Vermont, Black people are more likely, 4 times more likely to be searched than white people during stops. We need to dismantle this racist system entirely, and that starts with defunding the Brattleboro Police Department. There are so many areas that could take the place of policing. We can fund instead health workers, social workers, and community centers. One admirable organization that needs more funding is Groundworks Collaborative, whose goal is to house everyone in Vermont. Homeless and housing insecure people are more likely to be policed in comparison to the rest of the population. Providing housing for everyone will reduce the harm that results from being over-policed. These are the types of efforts we should be funding. Yet I saw that in the budget for fiscal year 2020, the police department was budgeted over $2 million. Meanwhile, Human Services, which is comprised of 27 different organizations and offers integral community spaces and services, was only budgeted $185,000. We need to realign our interests that we are reinvesting into our communities. We are in a national movement right now to make Black Lives Matter. Brattleboro must do its part to prioritize the eradication of systemic racism. Thank you.
Thanks, Zoe. Next on my list, I have Lucy. Are you still with us, Lucy?
Hi, can you hear me?
we can.
Hi, my name is Lucy Foster. I use they, them pronouns and am a resident of Brattleboro. I am going to read a few excerpts from a New York Times article written by an organizer and educator whose name is Mariam Kaba. Okay. Congressional Democrats want to make it easier to identify and prosecute police misconduct. Joe Biden wants to give police departments $300 million, but efforts to solve police violence through liberal reforms like these have failed for nearly a century. Enough. We can't reform the police. The only way to diminish police violence is to reduce contact between the public and the police. I've been advocating the abolition of police for years. Regardless of your view on police power, whether you want to get rid of the police or simply to make them less violent, here's an immediate demand we can all make. Cut the number of police in half and cut their budget in half. Fewer police officers equals fewer opportunities for them to brutalize and kill people. The idea is gaining traction in Minneapolis, Dallas, Los Angeles, and other cities. When people, especially white people, consider a world without the police, they envision a society as violent as our current one, merely without law enforcement, and they shudder. As a society, we have been so indoctrinated with the idea that we solve problems by policing and caging people that many cannot imagine anything other than prisons and the police as solutions to violence and harm. People like me who want to abolish prisons and police, however, have a vision of a different society built on cooperation instead of individualism, on mutual aid instead of self-preservation. What would the country look like if it had billions of extra dollars to spend on housing, food, and education for all? This change in society wouldn't happen immediately, but the protests show that many people are ready to embrace a different vision of safety and justice. End quote. I am going to email all of you the full article and would love to get a response to that. And that's it. I yield my time.
Great, thank you, Lucy. Jackson.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, I'm Jackson Stein. I use they, them pronouns. I live on Main Street. I don't have much to add that other people haven't said more eloquently. I just think that defunding the police and moving towards police abolition isn't a movement, it's a necessity for the safety and growth of our community. The fact that 1% of the budget is going towards human services and 12.45% of the budget is going towards the police department is disgusting, and we need to invest in the community to make it a better place.
Okay, Jackson, thanks for your comments. Next I have Saskia, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Hi, my name is Saskia. I live in Brattleboro. I was born and raised here. I'm going to read a portion of an email that I sent to every member of the select board. I received a response from Liz McLaughlin, but no one else. I'm nervous for Vermont and for Brattleboro. Given our coveted, though fragile, image as a liberal and progressive state, paired with our historical and not accidental whiteness, I worry that we will hold steadfastly to the progress we have already made and forego the important and radical shifts being called for now. I'm imagining and watching other cities, towns, states across the nation adopting not only reforms, but abolishing their police departments, tackling systemic problems at their roots, while in Vermont we simply reiterate how far we've come, how, quote, good our police are, and dragging our feet. Doing this, we will be on the slow side, the wrong side of this necessary shift away from policing and white supremacy. I'm not interested in the creation of good cops or better cops, though I acknowledge that to many folks this feels very important. I'm glad that BPD has a fairly good reputation and track record, though I urge us to hold our community to better standards than not murdering anyone for however many years. And I will also mention here that the good reputation of the police does not extend to everyone, including and especially those most at risk in Brattleboro, folks without homes, members of the LGBT+ community, people in poverty, youth. We, including myself, need to be careful not to be blind to the views of others simply because our own experiences differ. The full email is in all of your inboxes. I would love a response. Thank you.
Thank you, Saskia. Next, I have Joshua. Are you there and able to join us?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Joshua Wyman, 3rd District. I had a question for the Select Board if there was any consideration for providing funding for the Citizens Police Communication Committee for this budget here for fiscal year 21, and if not, would it be something that they would consider in the future? That's my statement. Thank you.
Thanks, Joshua. Peter, do you want to comment on that? It is a volunteer committee, correct?
Yes, it is a volunteer committee. So I think the question acknowledges, I believe, that there isn't funding, as there isn't funding for most town committees, and asks the question about a potential change to that in the future.
Absolutely. I just thought you might want to comment on generally why committees aren't funded, but absent of that, I think it's not something that I would take off the table, but I'd like to hear an argument as to why they would need funding, I guess. Anyone else want to comment on that? Jump in, Liz.
Well, I'm assuming that there'll be, during the budget process, a much further examination of the police and funding, and that question can be part of that examination.
Brandy?
I'm not opposed to considering funding, and I'm also not opposed to just looking at that committee in general and seeing how we can best have accountability in that committee, since it seems like some people are finding that it doesn't hold accountability in its current state.
Great. If no one else has something to add, I'd like to move on. Certainly a possibility. Maeve is next on my list, just to keep things moving.
Hello, my name is Maeve Campman. I use she, her pronouns. I live in Westminster West and I'm moving to Brattleboro in July.
Welcome.
I'm here to ask that, thank you. I'm here to ask that the fiscal year 2021 budget be denied unless it shows significant funding cuts to the Brattleboro Police Department. To address the urgency and larger context of this issue, I would like to share excerpts from an interview with Abel Shifra with Mohammed Shahiq from Critical Resistance on what it means when we say abolish police and prisons. Mohammed Shahiq is the media communications director of the organization Critical Resistance, which is a national organization that seeks to abolish the interlocking systems of policing, imprisonment, and surveillance, or what we call the prison industrial complex. This is a statement of purpose from Critical Resistance. And then what I'm about to read next is from Mohammed Shahiq. We work to abolish policing, imprisonment, and the rest of the prison industrial complex because we believe that they are fundamentally violent and racist. While some argue that we can fix the prison industrial complex by getting rid of a few bad apples, improving it through reform, we actually don't believe that it is broken, but rather working as intended to control, repress, disappear, and kill people. Our work as abolitionists is not to improve a war machine built to target Black and brown people, but to chip away and disempower policing and imprisonment so they have less power to function, with the ultimate goal of shrinking them into non-existence. So the question comes, how can folks get involved in abolition movement so as to help in making this future of Black revolution a reality? People can support and get involved in organizations, fights, and efforts that are challenging policing, imprisonment, and surveillance. Many people are fighting the construction or expansion of counties' jail systems, seeking to divest policing and fight to invest those funds into community resources, working to reduce the scope of policing in our lives, and supporting prisoners organizing for their human rights. In our daily lives, we should be practicing ways to reduce our reliance on the prison industrial complex and thinking about ways to spread those practices. All these are worthwhile and powerful efforts and can be replicated everywhere. The link to the full transcript of this interview can be found on Critical Resistance website under resources, which I will send after this meeting. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Maeve. Next on my list, I have Tabitha, who would like to comment on the fiscal year 21 budget. Are you with us?
Hi, yes, sorry. My name is Tabitha. I live on Main Street in Brattleboro. I am here to request the denial of the fiscal year 2021 budget. Since their inception, police have always upheld white supremacy just as an institution. I know for a fact that this makes many members of our community feel unsafe. And to echo what Jackson said, the fact that over 12% of the budget is going directly to the police as opposed to community resources is really, really abhorrent. It's incredibly harmful. Yeah, I yield my time. I stand for what everybody before me has said, and very much agree on defunding the police. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabitha. I think I'm having trouble reading my writing. It says Lou Racine. I'm sorry. Let me go back.
Yes, Lou Racine.
Oh, that's correct.
Yes.
Okay. If
Yes.
you're with us.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey, great. Hey, my name is Lou Racine. I live on Main Street in Brattleboro. Today I'm requesting that the Brat Select Board deny the FY21 budget and defund the police entirely and start providing more support towards community efforts and organizations outside of the police forces in order to prevent violence and police brutality in the future. Prison and police abolition is the only path to complete liberation. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Okay, Luke, thank you. If just a personal request, if you can manage turning on your camera, it kind of helps us connect people. But you don't have to. Next, I have Grace.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Grace.
Okay. My name is Grace Roundtree. I'm a resident of Marlborough. My pronouns are she, her, and I want to urge you all once again to defund the Brattleboro Police Department and ensure that our budget reflects our values as a community. Why is it that 12.45% of the budget is dedicated to the police, while a mere 1% is dedicated to human service programs? Why is it that funding for institutions that provide care for our community is not increasing in the coming year, while a police force that kills, harasses, and brutalizes our community members is receiving a funding increase of 4.9%? In 2014, Captain Kerrigan killed Brattleboro resident Michael Santiago in cold blood and was then promoted. You all have a really incredible opportunity to hold killer cops like him accountable today by massively cutting the police budget. Now I'm going to read some short excerpts from a recent Democracy Now! Interview with legendary Black scholar and revolutionary Angela Davis. And I'll be sending you all the full interview, which I encourage you to read in its entirety. The call to defund the police is, I think, sorry, this is Angela Davis. The call to defund the police, I think, is an abolitionist demand, but it reflects only one aspect of the process represented by the demand. Defunding the police is not simply about withdrawing funding for law enforcement and doing nothing else. It's about shifting public funds to new services and new institutions, mental health counselors who can respond to people who are in crisis without arms. It's about shifting funding to education, to housing, to recreation. All of these things help to create security and safety. It's about learning that safety, safeguarded by violence, is not really safety. And what we're calling for is a process of decriminalization, recognizing that threats to safety, threats to security come not primarily from what is defined as crime, but rather from the failure of institutions in our country to address issues of health, issues of violence, education, etc. So abolition is really about rethinking the kind of future we want, the social future, the economic future, the political future. It's about revolution, I would argue, unquote. And that's all. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Grace. Next I have Harley. Are you with us? If not, I'll move on. Oh, I think you are with us. Harley is having mic issues. Stand by, everybody. We could also move to the next person and then come right back to you, Harley, if that would work. We're going to do that. So next I have Ben. Are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Ben, we can hear you. Would you like to turn on your camera?
Hold on one second.
You don't have to.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if we don't have to do that.
That's
But
fine.
I won't repeat points that have already been made, but I'd like to add my support for defunding Brattleboro Police and urge that you deny the current budget. And as you mentioned earlier, the budget was largely designed months ago. So I would say that as part of the democratic process, it would be important for you to reflect on new information as well as the desires of your constituents, to deny the current budget and redesign it with the desires that have been expressed today in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ben. We're going to see if Harley has a better luck with the microphone right now. Are you with us?
Desires of your constituents, to deny the current budget and redesign it with
Hello? Can you hear me?
Is this Harley?
Yes, this is Harley Walker speaking.
Okay.
Hi.
We're getting an echo for a second, but now I think we're fine. So go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. So I am Harley Walker. I was raised in Brattleboro, and I'm here to speak on defunding and hopefully abolishing the police department as we know it. I also ask that the fiscal year 2021 budget be denied if the police budget is not reconsidered. Black and POC's voices have been silenced and ignored. So I am here as a white ally to speak on behalf of the racist, quote unquote, justice system we have in Brattleboro. We are a small town, but let us figure out an alternative form of protection in our wonderful town of Brattleboro. With that, defunding the police can have a positive impact on supporting the other departments such as public education, health services, and community services. Again, I'm Harley Walker, and I'm here to urge you to defund the police. Thank you.
Thanks, Harley. And I want to just say thank you for everybody for being fairly succinct. And I think that enables us to feel good that everyone's voice is being heard tonight. Next on my list, I have Eli. Are you with us, Eli?
There we go. I believe I'm now with you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Eli. I live in Brattleboro, and this is the longest I've lived anywhere in a couple of years. So this community does have a pretty special place in my heart. Like many, I am here requesting the denial of the 21-year budget and defund the police. We've heard a lot of perspectives, and I'm not going to go and repeat things that I've heard and am in support of. And having worked with Brattleboro Police and other community agencies, I often hear that racism and police brutality, like what's seen in major cities like NYPD, doesn't happen here. The irony for me of hearing that, I've been a witness to police brutality by New York City Police Department against brown and black folks for many years. I've witnessed acts for over 10 years and have learned how singular incidences can be symptoms of larger problems within the core of a department. In particular, I came to learn about this through my own time in EMS in the Northeast, hearing comments like run over protesters if you see them and leave the body, find the needle, their life doesn't matter, were the norm for some of the departments I serve on. It's a majority of why I'm not in that life anymore. When I hear of both past and very recent significant incidences of violence and police brutality against brown and black folks by Brattleboro Police Department, I know that just like NYPD, there is a core issue here. There is a problem here that is just as significant and just as severe as the one that urban communities face because of agencies like the New York City Police Department and LAPD. We do have a significant problem here. Now, in having worked alongside BPD at times, I've come to learn that most of what Brattleboro Police is handling are human services oriented issues, and that officers have openly said they can't handle and aren't trained to properly handle issues like substance use, domestic violence, and more of the other issues that they're facing. If the majority of the issues that BPD is handling aren't issues that they can handle or are trained to handle, why aren't we putting more funding into the people that are trained to help provide support and solutions to our community? We aren't the first nor the last town to consider this issue. In a town where there has been significant commonalities, Camden, New Jersey, in the time that they defunded their police department, there is a 43% decrease in crime. I urge that you not just look at the statements of individuals tonight, but everything that is being sent to you as well, and reject the fiscal budget next year. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Apologies. Who was that again? Because I started.
Eli.
That was Eli. Thank you, Liz. I think I'm not sure I actually let them out yet, but I somehow missed a couple of people who wanted to speak. So I think after Eli, I had Alexis Sweeney.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Alexis Sweeney. I've lived in Brattleboro for 2 years and Vermont my whole life. I'm requesting the select board to deny the fiscal year 2021 if significant, if not altogether, defunding of the Brattleboro Police is not present. I'd also like to address you specifically, Tim, and say that your op-ed in the Reformer was arrogant, privileged, and ignorant to the struggles of Black, brown, and poor people who have dealt with the police department here way more than most white folks that I know. And that policing is an inherently violent job. No matter how many reforms are made, the culture within all police departments, specifically within training and indoctrination to the culture, upholds violence and white supremacy. And our police department is not and never has been exempt from that. Your words within your op-ed were just kind of, they didn't reflect that. And it was really disappointing to hear from the chair of the select board. I yield my time.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. And next I have Jenna.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. And can you see me? I turned my camera on for you guys.
Not yet, but sometimes it takes a moment. So go right
okay.
ahead.
So I just want to start. Okay, great. I just want to start by saying that when we were given the introduction to what the process was in coming up on this budget negotiation meeting that you guys are in, it seemed to suggest that the budget was must be voted upon tonight. And I stand with everybody else who said that as it seems imperative that the budget as is rejected tonight. It's pretty insane to think that the budget as was determined months ago hasn't been really heavily scrutinized in light of what's happened across nationally in that timeline. I want to echo calls that have been made earlier in this meeting that calls to defund the police are part of a larger abolitionist vision for a world without police and without prisons. And I want to add to the statistics that Zoe already shared and say that currently in the state of Vermont, according to 2010 census data in the state of Vermont, white people represented 94% of the Vermont population and 82% of the prison population. Black people represented 1% of the Vermont population and 9% of the Vermont prison population. We also have in the state of Vermont a 10.5 to 1 incarceration rate of Black to white people. And so we have to acknowledge with those statistics that our police directly contribute to a system that is the continuation of slavery, in which we lock up Black and brown people to capitalize on to profit off of their free labor. This moment, and in light of this national movement that we're seeing rising up in our streets, is an opportunity for Brattleboro to actualize our own perceptions of how much of a progressive safe haven we believe ourselves to be. Again, I just urge you to reject the budget tonight. I would love to see a people's working group assembled to imagine a new budget. I would love to see all of the human services that are funded at 1% of our town budget be consulted and ask them to really radically imagine what they could do with that money for our community. And I would love for all of you to have as a starting point a sit down with yourselves where you radically reimagine a town budget that was designed to build flourishing communities and what it would take to build communities that don't create criminalized economies and don't require police. That's all I have to say. Thank you guys very much.
Thanks, Jenna. Okay, working off my new list, I next have Liz, and I apologize if I missed a few people, but I think I've caught up now. And is Liz there?
Yeah, I'm Liz. Hi. Hi, so my name is Liz. I use she, her pronouns. I am a member of District 3 in Brattleboro. That's the downtown area. I'm a town meeting member. Would have been my first year. And I am a founding member of the Tenants Union of Brattleboro, which is an organization of about 100 people that deeply is concerned with this issue. I will agree with everything that has been said before, and I won't reiterate much of what has been said before, but I do want to suggest that we move funding from the Brattleboro Police Department to the many human services groups that we only partially fund, and that we do it in a way that funds salaries and new programs, not just operating costs or operating funds, so that we incentivize those organizations to come up with programs that could effectively and peacefully replace the whatever we consider to be vital in the police department.
Great, Chris, thank you. Well, can I ask, well, I think there were a couple board members nodding. I didn't catch, oh, you're still on, good. What was the name of the organization in Brattleboro?
We're the Tenants Union of Brattleboro.
Oh, we know that. Yeah.
Tub.
Yeah, and I'm Liz. I'm Liz. You are familiar with Chris, but Chris. My name is
Liz. Well, District 3 represent. I'm also District 3, so feel the love. Thank you, Liz. And I think because it's great to our folks, what we have is, in this wonderful technology is a situation where callers cannot chime in on chat. So I realized recently we had a caller waiting for a while, so I'm going to ask whoever the caller is to take themselves off mute and identify themselves. Tell us where you're from, if you can hear me.
Tim?
Yes.
Dick DeGray?
Hi, Dick. How are you?
Dick DeGray? Pardon?
I said, how are you? Welcome.
I'm tired. So, interesting conversation. I'm a former select board member, have been involved in the community for probably 30 years, have lived here close to 40. And interesting what's going on is in vogue. Issues nationally and then taking it out locally. Institutional memory helps me here. I'm not sure how many of you people were in town in the late 90s and early 2000s when we did have some issues with our police department. But in the last 15 years, they have rehabilitated themselves. under Chief Wren and Chief Fitzpatrick. And I think they do a marvelous job. When I hear defunding, I'm wondering if the people that are using that word understand the meaning of that in terms of defunding the police department. And someone should explain what that meaning is, not just defund and do away with the police department, but reallocate monies that are in the police department budget. We live in a town where the median income is quite low. And when I hear people talking about the human service budget, people that are paying taxes that struggle to pay taxes are receiving some benefits from the Human Service Fund. And I've always thought that that was kind of crazy. They're kind of funding themselves. But if you reject the budget tonight, I would hope that you revisit it, because the circumstances of the times in terms of COVID have affected monies and people's purse strings and the ability to pay, and not the defund the police department. There have been issues that go back 20, 30 years, and we've never had people coming forward to demand to defund the police department. We have a couple of incidents which I think are outrageous, and they need to be addressed. But then we go to the select board and we're going to take it out locally. I'm a supporter of our police department, but knowing all well that at any time anybody can snap and we can have an incident. You don't have to have a uniform on to have an issue. And I could go back and tell you several that have happened in our community that brought tears to my eyes, but they've happened because people just snapped. So no one is immune. But this talk of issues that I've heard here this evening that we have a racist police department. I mean, I've been around for, like I said, in politics for 30 years, and I haven't heard that. And there is the CCP, and I would think that the board would want to maybe revisit that. Do you fund those positions? I don't know. Would be nice to get people to volunteer. All these people who are talking tonight, that we're always looking for volunteers in Brattleboro. And so it's easy to throw rocks and say this and say that. Get involved. I'm okay with differing points of view, and I'm sure that me speaking here in support of the police department, and I'm not so sure I'm in support of the budget, but it's not because of defunding the police department. It's because the issues of revenue coming into the town have significantly changed, as I said before. So I hope that the board doesn't act on a whim here, that if you're going to change the budget, that you do it for reasons that affect the whole community and its ability to pay, and reassess some of the things that you might have been doing, and certainly some of the line items for revenue that you were projecting that I don't think that you're going to meet. And I've stated that from back in March. So for me, the right reasons are, the effect of what's happening in terms of health. But I'm a supporter of our police department. Can we do better? Everybody can always do better. So I'm going to get out on that. Thank you for your time, and thank you, board members, for what you do.
Thank you, Dick. I'm going to remind everybody, please just use the chat for helping me to stay organized. Dick DeGray just ran over a little bit, so did a few other people. So the comments saying that he's filibustering or whatever is not helping your cause. I'm going to move on now to, I think I lost track now. I think I had Andrew. Did Andrew speak?
No, not yet. Can you all hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, my name is Andrew. I'm a mostly lifelong resident of Brattleboro. I live in West Brattleboro now. And yeah, I agree with everybody who spoke before me, aside from Dick, aptly named. So in denying the fiscal year 2021 budget, and obviously, yeah, you have $2 million+ allocated to the Brat PD, and that's gone up about $100,000 a year in the last 4 years. And I can say, as someone who's lived here my whole life, that the amount of police in this town, despite their reforms, as some may say, has completely increased. And yet the problems we have in this town of homelessness and heroin addiction and, you know, young people not being able to afford to live here, people of color not being able to afford to live here, has not gotten any better. And, you know, the folks that say that, well, the Brat PD are the ones who are supposed to be taking care of this problem, and they're not set up to do so. Well, that's quite obvious. I mean, I can't drive from West Brattleboro to downtown Brattleboro without seeing 3 cops. And yet, where's the help for people who are addicted to heroin? Where's what's going on with the Brat Retreat? I mean, that's all up in arms now. You know, the reason we probably aren't seeing as many problems with, you know, homeless folks being harassed by police on the street now is because, thank God for Groundworks Collective, that they put those folks up in a hotel where they can actually live. And maybe some of those funds from completely gutting the police force can be put into building permanent housing for those people, which would completely do away with most of those problems, as we can see in places such as Salt Lake City, where they just gave homeless people homes and they went out and got jobs and became cogs in the machine, as you want them to be. You know, we need to look no further than, yeah, Minneapolis, or even in our own state of Vermont, for solutions to over policing and how we can care for our own communities. I urge you all to look into a man named Murray Bookchin, who founded the Plainfield School of Ecology, which is now Goddard College, and his ideology and his ideas of how communities can police themselves and take care of things such as mental illness, drug addiction, domestic violence are currently in play in places such as Northeast Syria, and they're working great. So yeah, just, you know, I can't be as eloquent as everybody else. I don't have anything written up, but it is quite disgusting that we are allocating that many millions of dollars to the police and not allocating that sort of funds to social services that will help people get off the streets and help people, you know, overcome their drug addictions and the things that really plague this town and the young people of this town and the working people of this town, and not the people who come from out of here to start tech businesses or what have you for the tourist industry. So I yield my time.
Thanks, Andrew. Next, I have Sophia.
Maya?
Oh, if you're there, you're very low. Sophia, you with us? I thought I heard somebody, but maybe I didn't. Sophia just, oh, I was going by my remade list here.
Somebody
No.
named Maya?
Well, I had Maya later, but the order I had.
There's 2 Mayas.
Oh, okay. Well, how about, is there a Maya that would like to speak? Oh, Sophia is having mic issues, so perhaps I was right for once. Maybe Echo would like to say something? And then we'll come back to Sophia.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Echo Marshall. I'm a resident of Brattleboro. I live on Main Street. I'd like to begin by saying a personal comment, and then I will read from an article published on a site called Mother Jones. Someone, a person of color named Alex Vitale. I will begin. I stand with the previous comments made on the abolition of the police in Brattleboro and the allocation of said funds. When I say abolition, I am aware of the etymology. Furthermore, the police are a privatized, monetized institution that relies on the incarceration of people of color to maintain a white economic status that ensues violence and terror for 400 years in this country. It is disgusting. 1% of the town's budget goes to human services and roughly 12% goes to the police. Here's an excerpt from said article, which I will afterwards send to each of one of you so you can read the whole thing and have the site. Efforts to cut off funding from the police have already been taken root in Minneapolis, where the police department's budget currently totals to $193 million. In 2017, the department received general fund expenditures. 2 days after George Floyd's killing, the president of the University of Minnesota would no longer contract the police department to provide security for large gatherings. Like on Friday, a member of the Minneapolis Board of Education announced a resolution to end the school's district contract to station. Am I going too fast?
You're sort of breaking up a little bit. We're catching most of
for
it.
the translator.
Oh,
Cool.
no, they're very good, but it's more like
Community groups such as the Black Visions. Yeah. I'll speak now. And the community groups such as the Black Visions Collective and Reclaim the Block are petitioning the city council to cut the police department's budget by $45 million and reinvest the funds. Why defund the police rather than reform them? Alex Vitale continues, 5 years ago, in the wake of the murders of Mike Brown, Eric Garner, and Samir Rice, we were told, quote, "Don't worry, we're going to fix it. We're going to give the police implicit bias training. We're going to hold some community police encounter sessions. We're going to buy some body cameras." A whole set of what we often refer to as procedural reforms, designed to make the police more professional, less biased, and more transparent, and that this is going to magically fix the problem. But things did not get better. People are still being killed, and more importantly, the problem of over-policing remains. Abolition of the police goes hand in hand with the decriminalization of sex work, drugs, homelessness, and mental illness. We don't need a vice unit. We need a system of legalized sex work that's regulated just like any other business. We don't need school police. We need counselors and restorative justice programs. We don't need police homeless outreach units. We need supportive housing and community-based drop-in centers and social workers. The criminal justice system says there's only one strategy for everything: make arrests and put them in prison. What abolitionists say is, well, let's figure out why they're doing this and try to develop concrete prevention strategies. Not all homicides are the same. Is it a domestic violence case? Is it a school shooting? Is it a drug deal gone bad? We know, for instance, that in almost all the school shooting cases, somebody had a pretty good idea that this might happen, but did not tell anyone, or told that the police had no tools to do anything about it. What if instead we had a system in place where when a young person thinks that their friend might do something awful, can go and talk to a responsible adult without worrying that the police will get involved, that they have rattled on their friend to the police, and that their friend will get expelled from school because of a zero tolerance policy. Again,
Echo, can you wrap it up soon?
Again, I will send you each of the articles so you can read the rest. And I want to leave off by saying, as elected officials, your voice needs to be a representation of those in your community and not your personal opinions. The difference is always visible. Thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you. I know Maya did want to say something, but I had offered to Sophia. Sophia, did you get your mic issues resolved?
Hi, yeah, is my mic working now?
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, excellent. I guess first, just to quickly address a question that Dick asked, which is what does it mean to defund the police? It means to defund them in a move to abolish them. And that also includes reallocating funds to like material community support that moves away from criminalization very actively. So yeah, the institution of police was founded explicitly to enforce class and race divisions. And contrary to your article in the Reformer, Tim, that does not fit into a vision of Brattleboro for most people here. Looking also at statistics that Jenna brought up, the 8.5% of the prison population is Black versus the general population of Vermont being 1.3% Black. The idea that the Brattleboro Police Department isn't part of that is entirely detached. Yeah, at this point, at any point, reform is not a solution to police violence and harassment, and a community response would mean ending the police and funding institutions like Groundworks, the Root Social Justice Center, public housing. Yeah, when so many human services that are not very funded already are on the chopping block, but police funding isn't really in question here, is not a reflection, I think, of, as most people have voiced here, is not a reflection of where we are at. Finally, I just want to echo something that Jenna brought up, that the process around this is pretty alarming. And yeah, I love the idea of a people's working group for the budget to discuss for people who actually live in the town to imagine what a fair budget looks and a representation of what people here want looks like, which in that would, I think, include defunding the police. Also, COVID responses, service workers. We have like working class people who are being asked to go to risk their lives for the economy, and that's something that I think is related to the budget here. We need to be thinking about like what people are actually wanting, and police needs to go first thing. That's it.
Thank you. That was Sophia, right? So we're getting close to the time. I was trying to keep the comments in, and I'm going to throw out the window the idea that we could all get our comments in. And that's fine. We have a couple people left. One of them is Franz. I think it might be Franz Reichsman. Are you there, Franz?
I certainly am here, Tim. In the dark, it looks like. I didn't realize how dark it was. Hi. I'm very pleased to be talking about the budget here tonight and listening to everybody else's concerns. Some may know that I'm the chair of the Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee, and we are part of this process, not in formulating the budget so much as in reviewing it and raising questions and tracking the progress as it goes throughout most of the year, really, if you start with the long-term financial plan, some Peter Elwell referred to earlier. Anyway, it's a long and complicated process, and I want to welcome everybody to the process, people who are commenting here tonight on important aspects of the budget. And I have to say that realistically, making major changes in the budget when the budget is to go into effect in a couple of weeks from now, there's no really good way to do that. I think there could be some trimming around the edges. There could be reallocation, maybe to increase social services spending. Maybe the care program in the police department could be augmented to some extent. So I'm not saying there's nothing that can be done, but I think a wholesale reimagining of the budget and the budget process takes longer than the time that's actually available here. So what I would like to do is invite everyone to become part of the process for the budget for fiscal year 2022, which will be beginning very soon. The types of major changes that people are discussing take time to sort through, to figure out the implications of, to try to assure that there are no serious unanticipated consequences. And all those things can be done if people get involved. And to this point, my observation with regards to town politics is that for the most part, people are not willing to do that kind of work and that kind of heavy lifting sustained over time. Yes, people have profound emotional reactions to circumstances that come up, but if you really want to make a change, you have to be part of the process. So I'm hoping that we will hear many of these same voices going forward into the new budget year. In the meantime, other than, as I say, some adjustments here and there to show people that we really do think that other aspects of the community besides policing are important. Aside from those kinds of nips and tucks, I would not advocate major changes in the budget. In fact, I don't want to defund the police. I want to defend the police. I think our department here does a very good job and deserves to be appreciated explicitly for what it has accomplished thus far. Can it change? Can it get better? Sure, why not? But for that to happen, we're going to need an engaged citizenry over a long period of time. So thank you.
Thank you, Franz. So my fellow board members have pointed out I did miss a couple of people. A few people have added on. So we're gonna let it go a little bit longer. I do want to, well, I'll make that comment once the board makes their own comments. So I've sort of lost track of the order because the comment section has gotten a little confusing, but I did have at least Maya Hazagawa. Ooh, did I get that name wrong? The last name, Maya. But I thought maybe you could turn off your mic. And then if there's another Maya, I apologize, there might be. Maya, are you ready to speak?
Oh, that's right, Tim.
Oh, good. I realized I've never said your last name, so.
That's me, Tim.
No, I know your
Yes.
last name, I just never said it out loud.
I
Okay,
am a
thank you.
member of Representative Town Meeting, and I'm also, it's Hasagawa, you said it right.
Great, there's a delay, go ahead.
A member of the Finance Committee. Okay. I'm also a member of the Finance Committee. And I would like to say that we worked very hard on this budget. It was prior to all the stuff that's just been happening. Sorry, I've been having trouble with my television. I had to turn it off, mute the sound. We worked very hard on this budget, and I would like to second what Franz said, which is let's look at the 2022 budget. The process starts very soon, and we need people to work on it. I think that another opportunity will be at Chief Fitzgerald's meeting tomorrow night. I won't be there because I have a Development Review Board meeting, but I would encourage people who are speaking to attend and to actually talk to Chief Fitzgerald. And I hope that we can work through this process in a non-confrontational way. And without personal acrimony. We have, and I have one more thing I wanted to say, which is that somebody said Camden, New Jersey abolished their police department. No, they did not. They defunded it. They started totally from scratch, and they do have a police department, which has a different focus than the old police department, and the crime rate did go down dramatically. I grew up right near Camden, so I've been following that, and I think it's a mistake for people to think that Camden abolished their police department and totally defunded it. And with that, I'll just say thank you for giving me a chance to speak, Tim.
Thanks, Maya. Liz.
I just wanted to echo what Maya said about Camden. There was a very interesting NPR session about the Camden Police Department, and it became a countywide police department, and there was a lot of trouble before the present, and it needs to be fully understood.
Great, thank you. Daniel was helping me with who we have at least left at the moment. And I think, Daniel, is it correct that the Maya you have there is the Maya that just spoke, or is it a different Maya?
I couldn't say, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
And Misha is also to be added to that list as well. Okay,
so folks, what I want to do is try to sneak in the public comment and then take a break. How does everybody feel about that? Because we have a lot of business to do after this. So, and our ASL interpreters do deserve a break. Liz?
So I have Oscar, and there's another Maya, Robin, HB.
That's what I have. And then Daniel said, is there a Misha?
Yeah.
You got a Corey as well.
Yes. Yep, I already had Corey.
Okay.
Okay, so I think HB was next, but let's go with that. HB, can you hear us? Can you join us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome. Hey. How are you?
Hi. HB Lozito, District 2, representative town meeting member and a former member of the CPCC. I feel like this really is a continuation of the conversation we've been having at representative town meeting for the past several years. I've been a member for 3 years. This will be my 4th year, and yeah, during that time, I think, we've had a conversation every single year about increasing human services funding. I think Brandy consistently says our budget is a moral document. I think that's been a pretty live conversation that we've had.
I said it too.
What? Oh, Tim also said it. Many people have said this. This is not a new idea. Yes, we're all familiar with this idea. Thought maybe something was happening with my sound. So yeah, I think, what I want to propose, and is I'd like to propose an increase to the human services funding to $1 million. I think there's a lot of people in this community who are already building the future that we want to be living in, who are already creating a lot of important alternatives. And we should really truly fund the work that folks who are already here, who are on the ground day in and day out, are already doing here. I think a lot of this conversation is extremely important. And yeah, I think, Franz brought in the notion of it being a role of the representative town finance committee to take a look at this. I think another option could be to create a separate representative town meeting committee. I don't want to give us committee overkill that's specifically charged with, this issue at hand of how are we creating community safety? What do we want that to look like? How does that come out in our budget? But yeah, my main proposal would be to increase the human services budget to $1 million. Again, underscoring the work that's already happening here, that we're already building towards a future in our town based around true community safety. So thanks for the conversation tonight.
Thanks, HB. Okay. Next, I had Robin. Anyone else? Yeah, Daniel's nodding. Sorry, Robin, it's messy, but it's democracy.
Hi. Sorry, I don't know how to turn my camera on this device, so you're just gonna have to listen to me. But I just wanted to say that when we look at, what do we expect from our police departments addressing crime and enforcing the law?
See, I don't open the camera. Shh. Okay, sheesh.
Max,
I'm smarter than you, and I
Archie,
camera can interrupt.
stop.
Okay, sheesh.
We are
Leave me
looking.
alone, woman.
Oh my God. So this is recorded, just so you know.
Yeah. Oh my no.
So
we've all been there.
I'm gonna just leave my house for a second. When we're looking at the police and addressing crime, I think we have to acknowledge that a great deal of the crime in our community is rooted in issues of poverty and trauma. And asking the police to fix that is just never going to work. They cannot fix the problems that are causing the, things that they are being asked to address. And so when we look at that idea that there's 12 times as much money given to police as to human services, it does seem like we are funding this in an upside down way, and that we should be addressing things that would prevent crime much more aggressively than trying to enforce laws after the fact. I also think that it feels really satisfying to be like, take instant action right now. But when we look at what will this need to look like, if we're really going to look at if we defunded the police department by some amount, how much, from what part of their budget, and to what services are we going to put that? It's going to take a lot of careful thought about that. And I don't feel like, as much as I wish it could be done instantly, it doesn't seem possible to do the right thing instantly. So I hope that a committee like the one that HB mentioned and some really thoughtful, long-term considered work is coming on this.
Thank you, Robin. Great. I have Corey next. Is Corey available?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
So I just wanted to say I agree with Robin and HB that we should be investing in human services. I live in Brattleboro on South Main Street. I'm a teacher in our school district, our public school system. And I just want to say that I agree with funding public services, investing in public service or in human services, and that a couple of the comments earlier about the fiscal 2022 year budget reminds me of Martin Luther King's letter from Birmingham jail when he says for many years he's heard the word wait, and wait has almost meant never. I do understand that there's a lot of planning that goes into these budgets and that people should become involved, but I just want to stress that acknowledge that this is a big concern for a lot of people, and I'm thinking about the future of our students, and I hope to see a future where human services is valued over the police system. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Corey. I also had a request from, well, Maya's been waiting. I think maybe Maya and then Oscar. Is that all right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear us, Maya? Or, of course you can hear us. Can we hear you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Hello?
can hear you.
Okay,
Hi.
cool. Hello. I just wanted to read the statistic. It's from VPR, and then I have a quick comment. So only 1% of the population in Vermont is Black, but this 1% makes up 11% of the Vermont prison population. And my kind of question / comment is, please consider if the community and national movement had not brought this up, would you still have seen the 11% as a problem and addressed it accordingly and made the changes that need to happen to the budget? And also, I also encourage you to be aware of your own bias in voting on the budget regarding the Brattleboro Police Department.
Thank you, Maya.
Yeah, thank
Oscar.
you.
Oh, sorry. Oscar, you're next.
Hello?
Hey, Oscar in the music room.
Hey. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about, I mean, there's sort of two definitions of defunding that have been going around. One is, I think a lot of people have talked about tonight, is a vision of a world without law enforcement, period. And then there's also the definition closer to what HB was sort of moving towards, which is the radical shift in spending from policing to other ways to keep the community safe. And I just mentioned that because in many ways that's the less radical of the two approaches. It's the one that I right now feel more sympathy to, but HB said $1 million and I saw a lot of eyebrows raised, but that's the less radical of the two approaches. And that is what people are that's actually what would be required if you were to make a radical shift, as opposed to, another $20,000 for Project Care or another $100,000 from Project Care. It would really be it's an intimidating idea for me, who never really thought to question the way the police worked in any real way until a couple months ago, which is embarrassing. But that's what would have to be on the table to make a real difference in that way. So it's a new idea for me. I'm still coming around to it, but I support it. I think it needs to happen. I think I need to understand that just because I don't think Brattleboro's police department is scary or oppressive or dangerous, there are people who do feel that way. I've talked to some of them, and it doesn't mean that I'm right to feel the way I do. So I'm still trying to wrap my head around all of that, but I would like to see us move in that direction aggressively and not be complacent. The only other thing I want to say about process, and this might seem like a dodge, but I really don't mean it that way. I'm pretty uncomfortable with the idea of making a big change to the police budget at the last minute, having the select board do it, and then having the select board basically have to make a bunch of back of the envelope calculations about how to cut the police budget. Like even if everyone wanted to take $1 million out of the police budget, there's no process for that right now. The select board would have to just go through, look at line items, and then say, I guess our common sense dictates that this can go and that can go. And I just don't think that's a good process. So to me, the best way to do this is for FY22, for a town meeting in March 2021. That's 9 months away. That would be a great amount of time for a real inclusive process along the way. And along those lines, what I would like to see this meeting at least, or the action I would at least like to see you take, is to make a very strong commitment by vote that a complete reimagining of policing and how community safety works be the #1 priority for FY22's budget season, and that it will include a citizen working group with broad representation, and that it will begin immediately and be one of the highest priorities starting, as soon as this fiscal year ends. So yeah, that's all I have, and thank you very much. And thanks to everyone who's been sharing.
Thank you, Oscar. Here's my situation. I really want to wrap this up. I want to give ASL interpreters a break. They've been at it for a long time, and I want to give the board a break, at least for 5 or 10 minutes. I have a couple more people that want to say something. What do you think we should do? What I really wanted to do was wrap up public comment, take a break, come back, and the board can kick this around some. We really don't have a choice to continue forever. So what's the board's pleasure?
I think
like to
there's
hear
2 more
from anybody
people
that's
who are signed in. Far,
Yeah.
Mies, and
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying that I'm going to take those people
okay, great.
and I'm going to draw a line right
Oh,
now.
and Mac.
Okay.
Oh.
And then we're going to go
I don't know.
to break, and then the board can discuss it. How does everyone feel about that? Otherwise, if you want to keep going, we can keep going. But I remind you, we have so many other things that we have to get done this meeting.
Yeah.
Peter and I have been through this. We can't push off a bunch of agenda items tonight.
Got it. My name got called real fast because Shonda typed it in, and I'm just speaking for myself.
Hold
I just
on.
want to say,
Is Mac?
Yeah.
Just hold on 1 second, please. Thank you.
Sure.
And that's okay with everybody? Do you want to try to sneak a few more in? Take a break?
Yes.
Yeah, we should try to get everyone who's currently on the list.
Okay.
Done.
So who wants to help me make a final list here before Max?
So I thought Misha was next.
Yep.
And then after that, somebody else needs to help me.
Far.
Then
Far.
Far.
Wasn't it Far after that?
Far.
Misha, Far.
And then Mac.
And then Mac. And I
Can we
haven't
do-
seen anybody else.
Mac already started talking, so I was going to let him go first. It doesn't matter to me. But
Sure.
It
That
matters
sounds
to
good.
me. Let's have Misha go first because Misha was next on the list.
Misha, Far, and then Mac, and then we're going to take a break, okay?
All right.
Yes.
And then Tara. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
Is it Misha?
Yeah, my name is Misha Maras. I'm from Putney, lived in Brattleboro for some time.
Welcome.
Currently live in Chesterfield. So I heard a couple anecdotes about the police, the BPD being reformed and performing exemplarly, whatever. So I'd just like to offer a counter anecdote that I witnessed in the basement of the BPD when they completely failed to protect the safety of someone who was in their custody and clearly going through a mental health crisis. This person attempted and very nearly succeeded in hanging themselves to death, resulting in permanent, severely crippling brain damage. Well, you know, I was 4 or 5 feet away and half a dozen cops were just upstairs. So that doesn't seem like a police department operating correctly to me. And I believe that allocating funds to mental health resources and responders could have helped in this situation, as well as the many other situations brought up by others tonight, and just you know, offer my support for the many people advocating for considering reallocating funds. And that's all.
Thanks, Misha. Next, Far, right, Daniel? Back me up.
Yeah.
Far, are you able to? There you are. Thanks.
Yeah, so I wanted to echo the call to shift resources from the police budget to human services, and a lot of the needs that a lot of people have been talking about here. But more broadly, I also kind of wanted to talk about the larger budgetary process. And you know, we hear a lot about how town government in general, these committees and these meetings are open, but there is a difference between a process being open and it being accessible. And I think you know, there could be a little more done to make it more accessible, and even beyond accessible. I think, you know, there's a difference between accessible and welcoming. And beyond just being welcoming, there's also, you know, we could actually be actively, proactively engaging the public in a much more active way than I think is being done. And I think there's a lot of room for improvement on that. I think the way that I haven't unfortunately had the time to show up to a lot of these budgetary meetings, the meetings of the select board where the budget is being discussed. But the impression I get is that the people that are whose opinions are mostly being sought are sort of quote unquote stakeholders. They're department heads and they're EDs of human services agencies and that sort of thing. And I think that we really need to be bringing in a lot more different voices. The people who are actually on the receiving end of those services, on the receiving end of whatever it is the police are doing, whether that's positive or negative. And yeah, so that's sort of my comment about the budgetary process. I'd like to see it be a lot more participatory, and that there be, you know, Oscar brought up the possibility of having this this committee that actively talks about what we want to do with the police resources in town, and I think that should be brought into the budget as a whole, and it should be much more proactive, engaging process.
Okay, thanks, Far. Mac, are you still with us? Sorry to
No, that's okay. No, I'm
being-
sorry to jump in. No, I'm speaking as a private citizen and not on Shanta's behalf, but I wanted to say that one thing there are two things. One is that I think the Brattleboro Police Department has been doing an amazingly good job. I've been reporting on it for the last 2 years. And I think that to recognize the community-based policing model that Fitzgerald has put in place is important. I understand, I have a friend in Minneapolis who, George Floyd was killed 2 blocks from her house. And she's fighting to defund the police in Minneapolis, and I get it. And it makes sense in Minneapolis because that department is ridden with white supremacists. But in Brattleboro, that's not quite the case. We just have a lot of young cops who may make mistakes, and there have been some really bad incidents, and I think it's important that we recognize that. And I know our institutions have to be restructured. I mean, Shanta was the only, as far as I know, has been the only Black employee in Brattleboro since forever. And that was because she was on the select board. I just want to say, I don't feel safe. Being an interracial couple in Brattleboro, I don't feel safe. There are people driving around with American flags and Trump flags on pickup trucks with guns in their cars, and we're protected. We know how to protect ourselves. But at the same time, I want to be able to call 911. I want to be able to call 911 when there's a domestic dispute somewhere down the street. I don't want to see the police defunded, nor does Shanta. And I'm putting out a letter tomorrow about that. I think this whole thing is a little bit of virtue signaling on part, sort of like applying a national lens to a local situation. And I just want to echo, or say just full support of what the Brattleboro Police Department is trying to do to manage an incredibly difficult urban situation within a small town framework. And, we live right in town. And I don't want to not be able to call the police. I just want to say that, and I'll jump out now.
Thank you, Mike. Tara.
Oh, good evening. I don't know if you can see me. Tara O'Brien, District 2. Showing up here as a Brattleboro resident, wearing no hats for any organizations in this space. I'm just responding to something that Dick referred to historically. Historically speaking, when the CPCC was formed back in, was it 2004, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, there were some high-profile cases at that time. And there was also the perspective from the administration that the police were doing a good job. Terry Martin believed his police force was doing a good job. It took an extensive telephone survey to those most marginalized in this community to find out that anecdotally, people had very different perceptions, extremely different perceptions. So right now, for us to say, I applaud Gunny, I applaud the police department for taking a guardian stance and for working closely to do community policing. And do we have those anecdotes? Do we have the anecdotes of those who are interacting mostly with the police, which tomorrow is an opportunity to give? So I'm really, a little dumbfounded if tomorrow is the opportunity for people to come out, speak with Gunny, and then the budget is being decided tonight, or you're going to approve tonight. I would ask that you, if possible, you wait until there is an opportunity for Gunny to hold this community forum where people have an opportunity to come out who might not have access and accessibility to technological devices, to participate in this manner. Also, just to know, I've talked to Peter about tomorrow's event, that for those of us who work with people who have been weatherized by racial harm, and who live with health disparities, I'm not advocating that people that I work with go to that forum. Because we cannot feel 100% sure that that's a safe environment in this COVID situation. So part of me is like, what are alternatives for that? How can you get more input from those most affected and most who interact with the police, to get anecdotal responses of their perceptions of the police in this town? So I'm just asking also that you don't work on a white supremacist characteristic of urgency tonight, and wait. And I also echo those who spoke about when we speak about defunding, divesting, whatever word we choose about removing funding from this institution, we also say it in the same sentence as divest and reinvest, divest and invest. It's like, for me, I've been saying DNR, divest and reinvest, do not resuscitate, which some people might be thinking, but no, divest and reinvest. So we have to be thinking about those options when we're talking about divesting. Thank you.
Thanks, Tara. Okay, board members, what do you think? Can we take a break? When we come back, we will kick this around and continue with our agenda. It's now, according to my watch, precisely 9. Can we come back at 9:10? Thank you. We'll go on break. We don't yet have a placard for that, but maybe we'll come up with one. And we'll be back at 9:10 for everybody who wants to join us. Okay, I'd like to call the Brattleboro Selectboard meeting back to order. We took about an hour and a half, I think. Yeah, pretty much exactly an hour and a half of public comment on the fiscal year 21 general fund budget. Now I would like to kick it around amongst the board, and then we will take a vote, and then we will proceed with 9 more points of new business. So who wants to start it off? Daniel?
Thanks. So I'm going to try and keep it brief as well. And I wrote this down, so forgive me for not being super extemporaneous, but I really want to thank everyone that reached out, whether it was emails or Facebook messages or phone calls. I know I didn't get back to everyone. I did speak with some people. I had numerous meetings over the last week or so. The world that we're in today is a world where things seem possible that did not seem possible even as recently as 2 weeks ago. I've learned a lot. I've also built on a foundation of learning that I've had working in social movements for a few years as well. And I acknowledge that as a white, kind of middle class, cis, het, like liberal person living in a progressive town in Vermont, like my experience of the police is not the same as people of color, marginalized communities. And so I've tried to learn as much as I can in this short period of time recently. And I commit myself to continue to learn. I have a bunch of questions that I'd like to kind of read into the record. So I'm going to go through it fairly slowly. Number 1, our town's annual budget is an expression of our needs, our priorities, and literally shows what we value, regardless of what our professed values actually are. 60% of the general fund expenditure is on salaries and benefits. The town is a people-heavy organization, and the police department is by far the largest chunk of our salary and benefits spending. So I ask rhetorically, what does this say about our priorities? 2, does spending the amount of money that we spend on the police department give us what the people of Brattleboro need? Does it make our town safer? Is it an effective use of taxpayer dollars? Is policing the most important thing that Brattleboro needs to be spending money on? Thirdly, the police department is the only department whose work has the potential to inflict grave harm if not done well. Therefore, it's the department that needs to be held to the highest standards. Are we happy with the work of the department? How do our community members who interact with them feel? What do we know about that? Can we demonstrate how public spending on a police department improves the life of our town, particularly those who are most vulnerable? Fourthly, are there parts, and I guess this is kind of reiterating what has already been said, so are there parts of police work that could be done more effectively by others in the community? Are there parts of police work that police themselves would like to have some help with? Would it be possible for us to use taxpayer money to pay for these services as contracted employees of the town? Do we know which organizations we would like to shift funding into? And if so, are those organizations ready to put extra funding to work right away? If we were to decide to reduce the police budget, where should we cut? We could cut capital expenditures. There's vehicles up to $96,000 in the proposed budget. Salaries is the largest chunk with $1.5 million of $2.3 million budget. But if we cut salaries today on June 16th, what impact would that have come July 1st? And given that we just last year negotiated a new contract with the police union, is this even possible? You know, that's the substance of where I'm at right now. I don't know the answers to those questions. I would say that we need to make a commitment, and I'm willing to make a commitment to long-term work to uncover what the answers to those questions might be. I think that we need to do it in a thorough, inclusive, and responsible way, and I don't think that we can do that work effectively in 2 weeks' time. But I am committed to doing it as we move forward, and while I'm on this board, I am committed to being part of that work. As has been mentioned before, and I understand that there are issues with accessibility and even whether or not things are welcoming to people. I do encourage folks to run for election as town meeting members, where you have power to vote on this budget, or to be a select board member, or to continue to consider joining our committee work. That's all I want to say for now.
Thanks, Daniel. Would anyone love to go next, or should I go next? I can keep my thoughts short, but any hands? Liz? Oh,
But did someone else want to go? Brandy, did you want to go? Go ahead.
go ahead, Liz.
Ian? So yeah,
Either way.
go ahead and I'll go after you.
Oh, no, I was just saying it's fine. Either way, we're all going to speak. So.
Okay. Well, I just have a couple things to say, but you know, it really is the 11th hour for our budget. And as other people said, we have been working on it essentially all year. We had to ask the legislator for a special one-time only COVID-19 permission for this vote. And we need this action for the town to function on July 1st. Now, all that being said, I would look forward to a careful review of the Brattleboro Police Department starting tomorrow night, continuing through the fall for the new year. I think we should begin with learning all we can about what the current Brattleboro Police Department does, what they're restricted from doing regarding force, etc., and what they've been asked to do that is not strictly police work. And in a way, it's very much like teachers in the school district have to deal with social issues that are new to them, and they've added social workers to their staff. So it's the same sort of societal problems writ large that are being asked to be handled by teachers and policemen, and they may not be the appropriate party. But I do think it's important going forward to examine the existing role and composition of the police force, and what the alternatives might be. And we need to understand how the police currently works with nonprofits such as mental health agencies and homeless agencies, and also how their work fits into the criminal justice system. And through greater use of restorative justice, perhaps we can have a different balance and reduce people getting into the criminal justice system. And of course, strengthening the CCP is a great idea. The funding alternatives, you know, lie within this review and this rebalancing. Statewide funding for the homeless is a major improvement, and I hope we're all writing to the governor to have this completed. And as you may know, the select board did grant $250,000 to Groundworks for their year-round facility. And I hope everyone attends the forum tomorrow night. I'm glad that everyone came to speak tonight. I hope that everyone gives their input to this issue going forward, and you know, that's what democracy is all about. Thank you. Oh, and I do want to mention that the Department of Public Works has 35 employees. The police department has 37 and a half. And with the general fund and the utility fund, the Department of Public Works has a $7.9 million total budget. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Liz. Brandy, did you want to speak next? I had a question for the rest of the board. I did have a request from Cassandra Holloway to have something read because she couldn't make the meeting. It's a little long.
Please read it.
You'd like me to read it? Okay.
Yes.
Do you want me to do that after you go, Brandy, or? Okay. Okay, so Cassandra is Representative Town District 3 representative, and also known from the Brattleboro Building a Positive Community Prevention Coalition. She says, hello, I do not know the depth of suffering felt by my Black and brown friends and neighbors in our community, but I mourn for them deeply. I can say I do know how raw and broken I felt when Christine Blasey Ford spoke for survivors like myself who never got justice, and how the person who assaulted her was protected by those in power and compounded her trauma with the dismissal of her experience and questioning of her character. I remember how hopeful I felt with the Me Too movement and how healing it would have been if survivors were really heard and believed by those who created laws to protect victims, unlike that one that allowed my rapist to go free, and where the status played no role in who is determined to be telling the truth and who isn't. What I am grateful for is the experience heightened my understanding of the potency of a movement where individuals who have been victimized are finally given an opportunity to be heard. To know how raw and vulnerable it feels to pull up a painful, even traumatic experience. It is a leap of faith that, if joined with other shared voices, there might be just enough volume to be heard and validated so that things could actually shift. I also realize that having allies standing up and speaking out is like a salve to one's wounds. Messages like, I hear you, I believe you, I mourn for you, or I stand by you, can lessen the pain and keep us strong. For me, I learned that real healing comes from transformation internally and collectively. Since this conversation is about our police department, I want to say that I don't just strongly believe that transformation is possible. I feel compelled to share that I have personally witnessed it myself under Chief Fitzgerald's leadership. I have seen the chief and his staff address addiction with progressive attitudes and creative, collaborative solutions. I want to be clear that I am aware of the topics of sexual assault and substance use disorder is not the same as racial equity. Although racial inequities abound in how policies and laws are applied in these areas too, directly targeting and disproportionately affecting those who are Black and brown. What is most important here to recognize that it takes compassionate leadership to address many issues, in particular racial inequity, and I have witnessed the chief show consistent intention and commitment as a leader to listen, to learn, to acknowledge, to understand, to shift, to grow, and to commit to not only serving those who are most vulnerable to the system he leads, but to working beside those individuals to collaborate on solutions and to build now mutual trust, all of which is the kind of leadership we very much need right now. The chief is not only open-minded and willing to learn and unlearn, but he also puts what he learns into action. Some examples of the chief's actions, which I have personally witnessed in my own work in helping the vulnerable. When early on in his first year in his role, he learned about medication-assisted treatment, Suboxone, methadone, he immediately required his staff to drive those in custody receiving treatment to get their daily dosage. Since then, his department has joined the nationwide Police Assisted Addiction and Recovery Initiative, and he started Project CARE with social service organizations and, very importantly, with peer recovery coaches, some of whom had been in the back seat of their cruisers in the past. To this day, I have found he continues to be committed to this transformation and does not ever see the learning process as being done, but an ongoing process. Again, speaking from my own work, We all know the stigma and discrimination experienced by those who are overtaken by addiction and even afterward by those who have recovered. The chief saw the suffering of these individuals and the flaws of the system, which he leads, that can harm them, and committed himself to protecting them and advocating for them, even as a leader within that system. I believe the chief can and will do the same here in partnership with those most affected in our community. As someone who works directly with and for those who are vulnerable and often feel persecuted, I am glad they live in a town where they are cared about and so deeply by our chief, and a system that has been adjusted under his stewardship to try and address their vulnerabilities and needs. We are not Atlanta. We are not Missouri. We are a small but mighty community with leaders who are willing to learn and unlearn and really care about all of us as individuals. Give them a chance to show you how they will listen and take action in line with your feedback. We have a chief who gets it and is committed to the transformation of himself and his department. He is listening, he is empathizing, and he is standing by those who suffer so that he can ensure the system he leads truly addresses their concerns and the concerns of the community at large. We have a great opportunity here to become a transformed community. We will need impacted and informed people in addition to funding and training to drive these solutions. It's important to know who and what we actually have beyond our town staff and leadership to make this happen. But please recognize that we have our best chance at doing this by working together, by bringing more voices to the table to discuss what is working, what is not working, and what are the most feasible and impactful solutions. And most of all, by working with our compassionate leaders, our chief and the leaders of our town who are listening. I know I am personally committed to taking part as an ally and a resource. It is my sincere hope that we will seek those solutions together as a community. I can tell you from direct experience working with so many suffering and vulnerable people, we can trust the values of our compassionate, open-minded, and resourceful leadership. Sincerely, Cassandra Holloway, District 3. She asked me to read that. So. And I'm tired of talking in the moment, so if anybody wants to jump in.
Brandy, where are you at? Do you want? I don't want to necessarily have the last word. If you'd like to.
I don't either. Brandy.
If you are you saying you want to have the now word? Would you rather have the third word? Is that what you're saying?
I don't even know now. Do you want to go?
Tim has his own comments to make too, doesn't he? Tim?
Yeah, I could do that if you'd like. If I still have my voice, I think I do. Would you like me to go first?
I'm happy to go last if nobody else wants to go last. I'm fine with it.
I'll go. Tim, you just spoke for a little while. Yeah, okay. So I guess I'll start by saying I had this whole prepared thing, but now I'm just gonna go off it completely. Daniel, you have more willpower than I do. I've had to really divorce my ego from my representation over the last 4 to 5 days as a select board person, and then for the last month or so as a human being, as I've realized that I haven't felt any kind of issue with the police. I've had no interaction with the Brattleboro police at all as a citizen. I've interacted with them as a select board person. And trying to not let my ego get in the way of really listening to people and hearing what Brattleboro citizens are telling me. And it has been a time of it. I really think that the answer to the question that's being posed is more than a simple budget cut. It's going to be a community movement, and it's going to take time for the Brattleboro community to come together and to seriously look at what the police and the police's function in our town is. And I think, if I understand, and Brandy hasn't spoken yet, and I don't want to speak for people, but my understanding is it seems like the board is in agreement about committing to that in the future. What's really difficult for me is how we can commit to that in the future, but then pass a budget that we haven't taken any kind of look at since January of 2020. And that's where I struggle. And I would love to hear the justification of the board on it. But I know that any change that we make to the budget before July 1st is not going to be the systemic change that people are asking for. And I think the board is in support of looking to, because we don't have the time. We just don't have the time. But the excuse that we don't have the time, so we're just going to pass the budget the way it is that is a big pill for me to swallow. And could we ask the town to go back and look at the budget to make some kind of commitment before July 1st with a special session? I know that that is probably not a particular popular opinion with a lot of people. And I was never supposed to even vote on this budget. But there is a serious disconnect between saying that we commit to the future of Brattleboro and reevaluating the role of policing, which I think is what I'm hearing, and then just passing the same budget that we had anyways. And then I guess my final point, and I'll stop talking, is that I'm from Vermont. I'm from Essex. I went to college in Burlington, and I have witnessed and know that systemic racism is a problem in Vermont, and that we are not isolated from it. That's all now.
Did you sort of ask for a comment about that one aspect of how come we don't break open this budget? Because I do have a comment. It felt like an ask, but
it's probably an ask. I mean, I think we just needed to talk about it. Like,
yeah.
Well, maybe we don't do it. Like,
my counter ask is what has happened in Brattleboro in the last 2 weeks from the last time we addressed this budget, and we were all fine with it. What has happened materially in Brattleboro that makes us want to change this budget?
Yeah.
Because for me, it feels like, Mac mentioned this transference of national trauma into a local issue. Should it be addressed locally? Absolutely. But I don't understand when, Daniel mentioned how we're employee heavy. I think of, well, what have as examples, counter examples even, of the horrible George Floyd thing. Like, what has happened here recently that we might hold up as something that might jar us? And I keep thinking back to our employees, Officer Cook and Lieutenant Warner, who showed up on Putney Road and performed in a way that made me proud. I mean, it was an outstanding reaction to somebody who was having a really bad break, and it could have gone terribly, and it went the right way. They did their jobs, is all I'm saying. So,
excuse me, Mr. Wessel, I know that this is not protocol, but I would like to just put this on the record that
we're not taking, I'm sorry, we can't do that. We're not taking any comment right now.
You should let her speak.
We did this for an hour and a half, so if you want to disrupt our...
Let her speak. Let her speak, Tim. Hour and 20.
Let her speak. This is
Let her
important.
speak.
Let her speak.
You can't limit the
They-
time on something this important.
I know that it's
wanting-
not
who's
protocol,
wanting to
but
speak? I'm sorry, who's wanting to speak?
hi,
Please
my
keep
name is
speaking.
Cook, and I spoke earlier. But I just wanted to put on the record that it's not out of a vacuum. If this is a national movement, yes, but it applies to Brattleboro as well. We're all realizing that Black Lives Matter, and that police in particular affects Black lives. And so, yeah, that's really, it's not out of a vacuum. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say that, well, why don't I roll into my comments, because I'm tossing out most of what I'm going to say. So let me just finish up. So the murder of George Floyd, I'm going to read because like Daniel, I just couldn't get my thoughts together. The murder of George Floyd has been so painful for our nation and so many right here in our community. I believe, so this is just my belief, there is no remedy to that pain embedded in this Brattleboro police budget and our entire town budget. In fact, our police force budget is almost 70% salaries of very dedicated employees, led by a man who has not only condemned George Floyd's death, not only committed himself to building a police force that is reflective of our values and needs here in Brattleboro, Vermont, but was out there on the common kneeling along with all of the protesters, all of the community members. So while I have the utmost respect for the principles behind movements that seek to make policing better and to reorganize how we as a society take care of our more vulnerable citizens, I cannot toss out a well-vetted budget from this very board here in order to make what will only be a symbolic gesture toward evils that are happening outside of our town. Connecting the dots to racism and violence toward poor people is always needed. The targeting of our police budget without a full examination of all of our town's priorities is ill-informed, unwise, and anti-democratic, and would actually derail the excellent progress we have made in my hometown. And that's all I want to say. Brandy?
Okay. So I think that means it's my turn. Anybody that knows me knows that I tend to kind of try and say two things, and I'm not going to do that any differently tonight. I have spent the last few days grappling between feelings as a board member and feelings as a human being with activism at heart. To those who send me emails, I did not answer them. And that's not because I did not read them. It's because the way that my thought process works is I need to digest and digest and digest and kind of go over things in my own head. And that might not be the best process, but that's what I've got right now. I came here today with some words. The first thing I wanted to say was to acknowledge some of the things that our police department does do, and then I'm going to have other words to say. Just a few of the things that have been instituted: Project Care, Coffee with a Cop, the programs with children, the programs with Turning Point, with Groundworks, with COSU. COSU works with those who are addicted to opiates, as does Turning Point, and often Groundworks. And so, having spent a year and a half in human services, I used to see a lot of interaction and even did some outreach with many of our police officers and worked closely with Gunny, and I know the heart that's there. Gunny also put a quote in his budget statement, and it said, "The only thing that stays constant is change, and change creates opportunity." And so tonight I heard from I wrote down everything that everybody said,
And don't take offense if I don't say her names, but the things that resonated with me the most came from Eli, HB, Robin, Tara, and Corey. And those were things like shifting money to human services. That was a big one. And the call out of our 12% of our budget going to policing with 1% going to the human services. In a town where we are constantly acknowledging in public forums and select board meetings and online the deep amount of addiction and poverty that exists. I believe it was Corey, and I'm not sure, that spoke to, it's just correct me if I'm wrong, that spoke to trauma in a community can't be policed out of a community. And it reminded me of my own very short story that I'll give. When I was 14 years old, I ran away from a group home in West Springfield, Massachusetts. And I was really out of my mind. I was terrified to have been taken out of my community, specifically because I ran away too much, basically. And they send you away to bigger and bigger places when you run away too much. And 2 police officers found me on the highway and they handcuffed me. And anybody that knows anything about handcuffs will know what this means. They specifically told me they weren't going to effing double lock the cuffs. And they also didn't buckle me in the back of the car, which meant that every time that I slid around in the car, the cuffs would tighten through my wrist, but never loosen. And so there's a good example of a situation where somebody else probably would have done a better job of getting a barefoot 14-year-old off of an on-ramp than possibly those 2 police officers. We ask police officers to do things they shouldn't do, and I have questions. Can we fill the vacant positions that we currently have with BPD with licensed social workers? Do officers doing downtown community policing need to be carrying guns? There's just a couple of questions, and that's before I take the time to acknowledge the fact that the first list I wrote is a really good example of not acknowledging my own white supremacy, because it instantly listed off all the good things that everybody's done and the good things that we do. It listed a sense of urgency. It ignited in me a feeling that if you're not involved in the process thus far, you know, why are you even jumping in at this point? All of those feelings have been coming up in me, and I really saw them tonight. Tara's right, we should be getting feedback. I think the police department is doing a good job of community policing, but what do I know? I'm not being policed. We should be getting feedback on this. And somebody else asked, if this incident, meaning George Floyd and all of this coming up, hadn't happened, would we even be reconsidering any of this? And I'm going to say the answer is no, because we have already been considering that what we've been doing is good. And what I'm really starting to learn over these last few days is that while it was way better and is probably way better than other places have been doing, it's not enough. It's not enough. And the last 4 years of the human services budget being raised or being talked about being raised should have been clues and clues. And 12% versus 1% is not good enough. And I'm not in good conscience. I can't in good conscience vote for this, because these are things we should have been thinking about, and our own blindness to adhering to law and order and systems made it so that we didn't think about this. And I'm going to take that blame, and I'm going to say, to make up for that blame, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to listen to people, and I'm going to vote against this budget. And I'm not doing it because I I disagree with the people that say our police force is awful. I actually think that I have seen them worried about people on our streets. I have searched for people on our streets with them. I have done outreach. I've knocked on doors next to them. They are good and kind human beings, but that doesn't mean that the institution of policing is good enough and is what our community needs. This is a community ripe with addiction. This is a community ripe with poverty, and we need things that address that.
Thanks, Brandy. Anybody want to add anything on the board? Liz.
couple weeks ago when we first renewed our look at the budget, I suggested that we ask the Human Service Committee to revisit their calculations based on COVID-19, because 2 weeks ago, that was the urgency. And I'm thinking what I've heard tonight is what we're really looking for is 3 committees. We have the Human Service Committee, we have the Finance Committee, and we have a new committee for revamping public service through policing and human services. So if these 3 groups were established at town meeting and could lend input to the upcoming budget process, then I would feel comfortable that the needs of the community are being met.
Daniel, you were the first to speak.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to say real clearly, I hope that all that I said was pretty clear. I do plan on us adopting this budget, but I will only adopt this budget if we will make a clear commitment to taking a long-term, thorough, inclusive, welcoming look at whether or not policing, as it's currently being practiced and funded in Brattleboro, meets our needs.
You have that commitment from me. I need to say that. I want this energy to come into our budget process starting from day one and make it a democratic process so that we understand our entire community's needs and our entire community's wishes, which frankly, Brandy and I joined the board together. We've been trying every year to tell people how important our budget is and that they should show up for the budget because the budget is a moral document attributed to Martin Luther King Jr., but I'm not sure he actually said that. But the point is that you have that commitment from me.
Me too.
I have a feeling from everyone. Ian, sorry to interrupt you there.
No, not at all. I guess I'm curious if it is a newbie question in this serious moment. Is there a way to more formalize that commitment than us putting it on the record here?
We can do what we want.
That's not true.
We can come up with a formal commitment. I think we should probably first vote on the general fund budget because the outcome of that vote is dependent on whether the commitment is needed, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I can make a motion. Okay, I move to approve the fiscal year 21 budget as presented.
Daniel has moved to approve the fiscal year 21 budget as presented. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay and raise your hand.
Nay.
That is 3-2 with Ian and Brandy on the nay side, Daniel, Tim, and Liz on the positive side. So the budget passes. Thank you, everybody. Would you like to take a short break or would you like to plow?
I can plow.
Let's plow.
Okay, so
do we want to make some sort of resolution for what we just talked about?
yeah, do you want, well, let's talk about it. It's not on the agenda,
Well, we could plan for our next meeting to have a resolution about going forward with police and community members to examine the budget and social services.
I think, given open meeting law, that is the wise way to go. I want to let people know who might not be familiar. We're supposed to be able to welcome public comment if we do that, and we also need to be able to have people know that we're going to be talking about it. So that's why having it a warned item is necessary. Is everybody in agreement on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So Liz and I will make sure that that's an item on July, remind me, 7th agenda. Thank you. We're going to move on to new business, and that's the financial report is first. And so I'm going to kick it over to Peter.
Thank you. So we have a new finance director in Brattleboro. He started with us just a little over a month ago, Andre Yeager. And Andre, I think, is in the process of, there he is now, opening up his video. And Andre, if you can open up your mic as well. He prepared the next 3 items for your consideration, and we'll present them.
Andre, welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Yeah.
I wanted to speak to the budget information that I've provided. I present the information that I understand you guys want to see. It basically addresses the where we are in the 11th month of our anticipated budget. Everything is in accordance with being in the 11th month of the budget. I have faithfully produced the information that has been produced in the past, and I don't know what you guys do with it, or if I'm giving you the financial information that you like, but here it is. If you'd like me to read through the documents, I can, but I'm not sure that that adds value.
I mean, typically we just look for a little top line information.
Well,
so
here we are in the 11th month, and we are pretty much in line with budget. And when we spend all the expenditures for the year, we're going to be in line with what we had anticipated. Again, there's a lot of financial information about the status of the spending, and then there's also information about grants and loans and sort of long-standing financial issues that we've committed to a long time ago. I don't think any of the information I've provided specifically addresses a lot of the things we've talked about tonight. But if people would like more financial information about what it is that people are concerned about, I would love to provide what's needed.
Great. Thank you. Does the board have specific questions about this budget? No. Andre, it's a little bit of our bandwidth has been taken up with heavy matters, of course.
No, and if anyone wants to talk about the budget after the fact in relation to all the information we've received, I would love to like provide the opportunity to meet with anybody and provide anything that's needed.
Thank you. How are you settling in?
Great. You know, I love all this enthusiasm about the finance work that's happening. And, you know, I feel like a lot of the things we're talking about are sort of like, they take a long time to work through. And I'm glad that I can hear everybody's enthusiasm and respond to what people's concerns are for town government.
Great. Yeah. I'm hoping to have a lot of energy for the upcoming budget season. And excuse me. I wanted to make sure that there wasn't somebody who wanted to chat specifically about the budget, the financial report. There's a lot of chat on chat. It's aptly named right now. So I'm just sort of scanning through this.
If there's anything I can do to address people's specific concerns about budgetary matters, I'd like to offer that.
Thank you. Thank you. Board members?
Thank you, Andre. I just wanted to thank Andre for reaching out right now. It's really important, as I'm sure you heard, and it's only going to get more important. And if it doesn't get more important, then shame on us. So thank you.
Thanks, Brandy. Okay, well, we're not going to take an action on the financial report. Once again, welcome to Andre. It's our first official appearance here in a meeting.
Welcome.
We do have next up financial management questionnaire and internal controls checklist. Super boring, but super important document.
Okay, so every year there's an annual compliance checklist where I affirm certain understandings about the, you know, the financial controls that the town is taking to ensure, you know, financial outcomes. And so within the document I've submitted, like, I have affirmed that these things are happening. So if anyone has any questions about things that may or may not be happening and why we've made those decisions, I would love to address those specific concerns. However, if you look at the checklist, it's a lot of stuff about bank accounts and segregation of duties that perhaps aren't interesting, but I'd be willing to enter into a discussion with anyone that wants to talk about it.
Great. Any board members have a question about the document? No?
I guess this is my second year on the board, right? So like last year was the first time I ever saw this, and I think it's just important to like let it be known for the community that like this checklist is one of the things that keeps our like accounting in good standing, and you know, prevents fraud and embezzlement, right, and all that kind of stuff. So it's good that we have it, even though it's a really boring item on the agenda.
Liz.
Yeah, I want to echo what Daniel said. It's very important responsibility that the financial manager has, that the town manager has, and that the board has. And we've all seen instances of, you know, Vermont communities that are impacted by unscrupulous people who would betray the trust of their finances of their town.
Sometimes I've noticed that happens in small organizations where there isn't like enough people to do all the jobs that are required.
Right.
And I have a staff of 6. I think there's enough people to divide the tasks up that nothing happens, so that people don't know what's going on and can like cover it up. So again, I would love to talk, if you guys want to understand my organization and the necessity of the roles that are involved, I would love to talk to you about it. But as you'll see in the checklist, I think that we've covered all of the risks, the financial risks that address this organization. But please, if anyone would like to talk about it, I'd like to talk about it.
Thank you. Andre, could you confirm your email? I noticed in chat, folks were trying to find your email. Is it ayeager@brattleboro.org?
That's the best way to get in touch with me. And Jaeger is Jaeger.
Thank you. Let's send that out. The expanded use for chat. Just reminder everybody, the chat isn't part of public record. So, does a board member have a motion that they'd like to make? Can't wait till we get back in person. It's delay.
I have it in front of me, but I feel like I shouldn't do it because it's somebody else's turn.
I can make the motion.
Thanks, Ian.
Yeah, of course. And it's, all right. Okay, so I move to authorize the chair to sign first the financial management questionnaire, towns and cities. Second, the municipal checklist for internal control, part 1, cash controls. And third, the municipal checklist for internal control, part 2, other controls relating to cash or risk.
Thanks, Ian. Ian has made a motion to authorize this chair to sign the financial management questionnaire, towns and cities, the municipal checklist for internal control, part 1, cash controls, and third, the municipal checklist for internal control, part 2, other controls related to cash or risk. All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
And that's 5-0. Jan. Thank you. Thanks so much, Andre. I assume you're done, or are you hanging on?
Well, if you would like to talk to me, I'll be here the whole time.
Absolutely.
But if you don't need me, I'm just going to go to the background again.
Thanks for being here with us on this long ride tonight. Next, we have a very important discussion of fiscal year 21 salary increases for non-union employees. And Peter's going to give us a little background, and we'll kick it around a little bit.
Thank you. So it came up earlier in the discussion that the contract with the police union was settled last year, a 3-year contract. We're entering on July 1st into the second year of that 3-year contract. And that's actually true for all 4 of the collective bargaining agreements. Most of the town employees are covered by one or another of the collective bargaining agreement. And they're on a consistent cycle so that we can make sure that when we're in negotiations, we're able to deal with things like, sometimes the economy in a particular year is different than it was last year or will be next year. So to keep as much consistency and fairness and equity in the relationship between the town and the various employees, we have the collective bargaining agreements on a consistent cycle. So all 4 of those were settled last year. All 4 of them, or 3 of the 4 of them include a 2% pay increase on July 1st for the employees in those units. The one exception to that is the one remaining group of town employees who are not in a step system. They're in a just a straight salary system where they're hired at a salary, and then the only pay increases they receive are the pay increase for the entire group that happens on July 1st at the beginning of a new fiscal year. And so that group is by contract, by the agreement settled last year, to receive a 3% pay increase on July 1st. But because the other unions are getting 2% and have step systems, and because back in January of this year, we created a step system for the non-union employees, I believe it's appropriate to address the July 1st pay raise for the non-union employees in a manner that is consistent with those other 3 collective bargaining agreements. And so my recommendation for you this evening is a 2% pay increase for each of the non-union employees effective on July 1st.
Thank you for the summary, Peter. Well, I think it's important. Other board members?
Yes, it's important. It's important that we're equitable.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
But I want to make sure I'm getting it. I'm trying to find the part of the document. Is this where there are like confidential employees? Did I see that correctly?
This is basically management employees and 2 confidential employees. So the importance of confidential employees is it's a term of art in HR where the functions of the position require the person to participate with management in certain activities that make it so that they would have a conflict if they were in the bargaining unit that otherwise might make sense for them. So the town's accountant and Jan Anderson as the executive secretary, these 2 individuals are deeply involved with management when we're dealing with various issues that relate to the town's relationship with the unions and with the employees covered by the collective bargaining agreements. And so those 2 positions are classified in HR parlance as confidential employees, which makes them non-union employees along with the management team.
Thank you.
We also have some part-time employees as well that are, by virtue of their part-time status, not members of collective bargaining units, and so would be affected by this action tonight as non-union employees.
Thank you, Peter and Ian. Liz.
I just wanted to remind everyone that last year we concentrated on union and non-union employee compensation. And as Brandy pointed out, equity and fairness was the watchword. And this was a very good commitment that the board and the town management made to, especially with the non-union employees, give them the equity with their union brethren.
Thanks for that reminder, Liz. Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll move to approve a 2% pay increase for all non-union employees for FY21.
Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to approve a 2% pay increase for all non-union Brattleboro employees for fiscal year 21. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 5-0. Thank you. Next, we want to discuss the CUD, better known as the Communications Union District. Comedy's not going to work tonight. So Deerfield Valley Communications Union District is something that the town is looking to join. Peter?
Yeah, I'm going to tell a very abbreviated story. You slow me down and have me cover more detail if you want, but this is follow-up to some prior consideration by the board, and it's 10:15, and there's other items of business coming up, so I'm going to tell this condensed. After over a year of review into different possibilities for how the town might go more directly and independently into municipal broadband, there was consideration in a couple of different meetings back in December by the board to the report that came forward from that work, and input from the public about which way might make the most sense for the town. And the conclusion at the conclusion of that consideration, the action of the board was to take a tentative step in that direction, rather than doing anything independent, and rather than joining in any particular effort to create a communication union district. You wanted to see more of how this was going to evolve in Vermont. There was quite a lot changing, both in the law and in the activity in our region around this issue at that time. And so the direction to staff was to have a staff member, it's been Patrick Moreland, attend the meetings that are going on within Windham County around the potential creation of a communications union district, which would be a coalition of municipalities working together to create public broadband service in the more rural areas, out in the areas that are unserved currently by internet service. To monitor that and to keep the board informed about what we were learning by watching that process unfold. And what's happened is, in a matter of just a few short months, the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District has actually been formed. There's several different municipalities that are already in a coalition that is pursuing this. There's been a feasibility study that proves that it is viable, particularly in those communities where there is no internet service currently, and in the parts of communities that have service where it's out at the outer edges. So Brattleboro, for instance, is 96% served, but 4% of the residences in Brattleboro are not served by internet. And so they're out at the far reaches, out in the woods, getting off towards the neighboring communities. And residents in that part of Brattleboro would benefit, just as the more rural nearby communities do, from the creation of this kind of a coalition. What we have learned through Patrick's participation in these meetings is the structure of the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District and how it has been formed, and the applicable Vermont statute both protect the town from having any financial risk in entering into this communications union district, that it is illegal in Vermont for such a district to impose fees upon the municipalities that are members. What it does is it identifies the territory to be served, but it cannot impose costs on the municipalities. What it does instead is it has to be run like the water and sewer utility that you're very familiar with in terms of Brattleboro operations, where the fees that are paid by the users of the system carry the costs of the system. And so, given that there are people in Brattleboro who would benefit from Brattleboro actually being a member of this communication union district, and that there is no financial risk more broadly to the taxpayers in town, we are recommending this evening that you authorize that Brattleboro join the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District, so that we'll have a vote in the decisions that are being made by the Union District Board about how this will further evolve here in our immediate area, and how it might benefit Brattleboro in the longer run. So the actions this evening would be for you to approve that the town join the Communications Union District, and then to appoint a representative of Brattleboro and two alternate representatives of Brattleboro to attend those board meetings and vote on behalf of the town. We're recommending that you do vote to join, that you appoint Patrick based on his expertise that he's developed in this area, to continue to represent the town at these meetings, and that you appoint Sue Fillion and I to be the two alternates for occasions when Patrick is not able to attend.
Thank you, Peter. That all makes perfect sense, and it feels like something that's a win-win on a couple levels. To stay in the conversation, certainly. Anybody else want to comment?
I have just one question. I'm just like interested in this. Is there any way that I could be one of the alternates?
Sure. I'll be happy to cede my alternate seat to you.
Yeah, and I guess, like, I don't know if I feel like I'm informed enough right now, so maybe it's not a good idea, but if being an alternate would give me an opportunity to learn a little bit more about it. I don't know, I just found this particularly interesting. I don't think I should be the person, like, I think Patrick should be the person, but I don't know. That's just my question.
Yeah, may I? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Peter. Finish. I have another.
Well, the point I wanted to make is Patrick, among us, you know, as far as I know within town government, certainly within town staff, is the person who has been addressing this issue now for a couple of years. He did the bulk of the research for the big report that came forward, and has been representing us in the communications with the neighboring communities. So he definitely has expertise that will benefit the town for him to be the primary person. But, you know, Sue and I are proposed to be his backup because frankly, we didn't think any of you would want to. We've been down this road before with things like the solid waste district and other assignments like this. So we don't have any particular expertise in this area, but just, you know, some intergovernmental relationships with the people who are, you know, we're partners with in this effort. And so we would be, you know, as backup to Patrick, you know, we're sort of familiar going to these kinds of meetings and we're familiar faces to the folks that are there. If you're interested in doing this, I think that's great. I think having a board participation in this would actually be really valuable. And I'm happy to just step aside and you and Sue could be designated as the two alternate members.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, like, I didn't want to like kind of imply that I knew a lot about it or something like that. I would be a more qualified alternate than either you or Sue.
We trust your brain and encourage your participation. Liz?
I just wanted to mention that COVID-19 has brought to light the serious problems associated with the lack of service for everyone in Brattleboro that doesn't have adequate service. So it's just another one of those equity issues that need to be addressed that we're striving to address for the people of Brattleboro.
I just want to suggest to Ian that if his employer will give him a bit of time, maybe you could shadow Patrick, and rather than wait for like the one time when Patrick can't make it, maybe you could.
I had that thought too.
I think that's an excellent idea. Yeah.
I would support it.
Okay, thanks everybody. There's 3 interrelated motions to make. Would you like me to make them?
It's your turn.
I'll break tradition. I'll make a motion, sorry, to approve the town of Brattleboro becoming a member of the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District. Also, should it please the board, to appoint assistant manager town, wait, are we switching with Ian? Later on? Yeah, okay. To appoint assistant town manager Patrick Moreland as the town's representative on the board of the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District. To appoint town manager Peter Elwell and planning services director Sue Fillion as the town's alternate representatives.
That's where to do Ian.
Ian's taking Peter's spot.
Vote it down.
Ian is in place of Peter.
Correct.
To appoint Ian Goodnow as Ian Goodnow and planning services director Sue Fillion as the town's alternate representatives on the board of the communication district. I just said that motion, so I'm not going to say it all again. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
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 It's 5-0. Thank you. So we have a few more things to do. Does anybody feel like we should take a break, or should we plow through the breaks?
Plow.
Okay. Hope our ASL interpreters are okay with that. We have a very important thing to discuss with the Municipal Center restoration and renovation project. Peter.
Thank you. So this is the first official step forward. We've formed a tentative partnership with the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. We have steps that need to be taken to confirm how that partnership will work, and that in fact the project to renovate the municipal center fully and convert the upper 2 floors to housing and having the first floor of the building, the main floor as you enter, be where the town offices are, and then have the basement be renovated into meeting rooms and a couple of other spaces for tenants in the building. What this step does is it's the first official indication of that partnership, the first step that we take together. It requires that you authorize me to sign a memorandum of understanding for how we will work together but in this feasibility phase, where the town is basically going to be a partner in a process that will be led by the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust, and where the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust will be donating the in-kind contribution of their staff time. They're very familiar with this kind of work, with taking historic buildings and renovating them into, sort of fully modern interiors within historic exteriors that are restored for housing purposes mainly, but they've also done some commercial space work as well in some of their projects. And so we want to tap into that expertise that they have. They do more of this kind of work than the town does. So we will be a partner, but they will be the lead. And in so doing, they'll be contributing a lot of time to this effort. The town, our proposal for your action this evening, is for the town to contribute $50,000 up to, we don't know exactly how much it might cost. So an amount not to exceed $50,000 from program income. So the money that comes into the town as federal money through the state as community development block grants, not taxpayer funds, but where it's explicitly these funds are to be used either for housing or for economic development. And so we're asking that you authorize an expenditure of up to $50,000 for the out-of-pocket expenses. There'll be some engineering work that's required, some legal work that's required, and other engagements with professionals who will assist in this feasibility phase. And so we're asking that you greenlight this. We'll then move forward with the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust with an expectation that several months from now, we'll be back with the results of the feasibility phase work to hopefully be presenting how the project can move forward into design. There's a possibility that the endpoint of the feasibility work would be to determine that the project isn't feasible in the way that we had envisioned. But we're hoping, obviously, that it'll show a way forward, and that we'll be back to talk about what that way forward looks like and address that in the months ahead.
Thank you, Peter. I have a quick question. First, I just wanted to invite Ricky Rosati. I know you've been making some chat comments, and I just wanted to remind you that that's not part of public record, but would you like to make a comment about this subject matter before we proceed, Ricky? And if you don't answer, that's fine. Just wanted to offer that. Just go ahead and jump in. I think Patrick can make that happen.
She said no.
Oh, I see. Thank you, Liz. And anyone else have a comment, question? This is kind of a big deal.
Right. I was going to say, if it wasn't really late at night, we could talk lots and lots about this. But it's a big deal, and it's cool. And it adds housing to our town, affordable housing, and it improves our municipal building. And I remember a few years back, coming and harassing you all with a tape measure about, like, energy and energy efficiency. And this will, I presume, if the work is done fully, drastically improve the energy profile for the municipal building.
In fact, that's a major component of all the different projects that Wyndham and Windsor does, is to make sure that they are engineered for energy efficiency. And in this particular project, there'll be those components that are sort of normal for them, plus the unusual opportunity that we bring into the project of the concept that we were looking at a couple of years ago, but not able to move forward on because the renovation of the municipal center was delayed, but where a pellet boiler system can be installed to service both the library and the municipal center. So, taking full advantage of the opportunity for that alternative source, non fossil fuel source of heating as well.
Liz did have her hand up first, Ian, if you don't mind.
Of course.
I just wanted I just wanted to mention that one of the multi-year goals of the select board work was to provide housing, low-income housing. And in addition to the $250,000 that we gave to Groundworks, it's also given money through the state for Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust, and partnering with them is yet another action that we've taken to provide for low-income housing in Brattleboro.
Thank you, Liz. Ian?
Yeah, all I wanted to say was when I first came to Brattleboro, I was just so struck by the municipal building. Like, it is a really beautiful, fascinating building, and I think it's a great project and goal to re-implement that building into the town in a real way that allows it to achieve some of the goals that we have, and to modernize it and get it up to the a place that we can appreciate it in a whole new way, but keeping it like a focal point. That's great. So.
Yeah, I don't want to put you on the spot, but of course my mind is leaping to, we don't yet have an idea of how many units they could squeeze into the municipal center, do we?
We don't. And that's actually one of the important parts of the feasibility phase work, is for them to determine that, how many units and how many bedrooms. It actually is important for them in the calculations of the affordable housing benefit that's provided by a project like this. There's a factor that I can't describe to you fully as to, what the relationship is there, but it's both the number of units and the number of bedrooms within those units that is important, an important part of the calculation for them about whether the project is viable.
Thank you. Before we go any further, I just want to remind people, if you want to make a comment on municipal center restoration renovation project that we're discussing currently, please jump in on the chat, let me know. Trying to do my due diligence and make sure that there's not a caller. I don't think there is.
I don't think so.
Thank you. So what do we need to do? Couple motions.
Yep.
Well,
I'll make some motions.
Pretty good about this, so thanks, Andy.
All right. Anybody? Oh, are we still talking, or are we making motions?
No,
Sorry.
dive in.
No, go ahead. I was just
gonna make a motion, not talk, so I don't want to cut anybody off. Okay, so I move to authorize the town manager to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust for the conduct of a feasibility study for the municipal center renovation project. And I further move to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to, wait, can I do those together?
Yes, you can.
Great. I further move to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $50,000 from program income as a forgivable loan to the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust for out-of-pocket expenses associated with the feasibility study for the municipal center renovation project.
Thank you, Brandy. Oh, Peter.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I left out one thing with it when I heard the motion and Brandy said forgivable loan. It reminded me that I didn't note, and I think it's important to note for the record, the reason it's a forgivable loan is because if the project isn't feasible, then we will forgive the loan and the money won't be repaid to program income. It'll be our contribution to this exploratory effort, and we'll all be disappointed it didn't work out. We're obviously hopeful and even confident that this is a viable project based on the work that's already been done to get to this stage. And so hopefully this, we're going to get a green light here in 6 months or so. And when that happens, the $50,000 or up to $50,000 contribution that the town is making to this effort will roll into the complete project budget. It'll become a cost of the overall project, and the project will pay back the town's program income fund. So it's a loan, and it's only a forgivable loan because we can't guarantee that the project will be viable.
But if it is viable, it comes off of the
then we get the money back. We get the project and the money back.
A worthwhile investment, I think. And if we're in the middle of the motion, so let me recap it real quick. Brandy made a motion to authorize town manager to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust for the conduct of a feasibility study for the municipal center project. As well as a motion to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $50,000 from program income as a forgivable loan to the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust for out-of-pocket expenses associated with the feasibility study for the municipal center project. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 5-0. Thank you, everybody. Plowing through, next we talk about the Restart Vermont Grant and Loan Program.
Yes. So this is part of the state's broad recovery package for businesses in Vermont. We've all been reading about the what was proposed by the administration. It's being considered by the legislature, and it's getting pretty close to conclusion now. There's a lot of different elements to it. I'm going to speak about one particular piece that we've been asked to be a participant in. So there's things that are, I believe it's $400 million worth, I think, in total or something like that. I don't know the exact figure, but it's a very large scale package statewide. This particular piece of it is for very small businesses that have 4 or fewer employees and make $1 million or less in gross revenues each year. And the intent is to leverage the program income funds, revolving loan funds that exist in communities like Brattleboro and in agencies. There are certain statewide agencies that also operate similar funds that originated as community development block grants and have come into the state and invested and then paid back and reinvested. So the state is looking to work through those local funds, but in a process that has one set of statewide guidelines and one application form. So there's some consistency across the regions, but where the lending decisions and granting decisions would actually be made within each region. And has asked that those of us who have responsibility for operating one of these revolving loan funds make a commitment to the state, even though not all the details are quite clear yet as to exactly how this is going to work. They're wanting to know sort of who's on the team so that they're able to finalize the details of how to make the program work. And so they've asked that we and other communities like us execute a memorandum of intent with the Agency of Commerce and Community Development to indicate that we are willing to be part of this program. If we become part of this program, our program income funds would be loanable and grantable to businesses in southeastern Vermont that would include businesses outside of Brattleboro, include businesses in Brattleboro and outside of Brattleboro. But the final decision on any of those loans or grants would be made in Brattleboro in the administration of our funds. So basically, there's a statewide process. There are regional entities in each different region of the state that would be doing the local processing. And then those folks will make a recommendation to whoever would be the lender or the grantor. In our case, it would be BDCC that would be processing applications on behalf of the state using the statewide guidelines and application form, and then making recommendations to the town. And we need to make the final decision in each case where there's to be a grant or a loan.
Went on mute so I could cough. Liz.
I just wonder, when Peter says town, does he mean select board?
Because this is different from anything we've ever done before, it could certainly be the select board if you'd like it to be. It could be the select board, or it could be the committee that exists within the operation of the revolving loan fund, the Small Business Assistance Loan Advisory Committee, I think they're called. Them might not be getting the title exactly right, but there is an entity within town government that serves that purpose now, but it serves it under our normal rules, making grants and loans only within Brattleboro. Because of the unique aspects of this program, if you'd like to have each possible grant or loan brought to you for action, we'd be happy to do that.
Well, let's think about that. Can we think about that at some other point?
Yeah, this is a memorandum of intent. This is not defining all of the details of the program.
It might be something like these liquor things that Hillary brings to our attention. If we have a concern, we can raise it.
It could be like that. I'd want to go over that with Bob Fisher, but it might be able to be handled like that. Yep.
Great.
Other comments? If any public would like to comment, remember, just let me know in the chat, and we will bring you on board to comment live. Yeah, well, this is another sort of big thing. And something that I think, given COVID-19, is important. Certain members of our community have been wanting something like this for a while, so I hope they take note that we're leaning towards doing this. No one has any other comments? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
Sure.
I'll do it.
Oh, okay, go.
Oh, you go, Daniel.
Yeah, three simultaneous volunteers.
All right, I'll do it, fine. I move to, oh, crikey. I move to authorize the town manager to execute a memorandum of intent with Vermont Agency of Commerce and Community Development for participation in the Restart Vermont Grant and Loan Program.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel has made a motion to authorize our town manager to execute a memorandum of intent with the Vermont Agency of Commerce and Community Development for participation in the Restart Vermont Grant and Loan Program. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. So that's 5-0. Thank you.
So, may I? On the next
Yes,
one?
please. Thanks
After
for
lots
moving.
of weighty items this evening, we arrive at the moment when there's a really easy yes, I believe. We're accepting $39,730 of other people's money. So this is funding that you authorized that we apply for to address COVID-19 related expenses within the police department. So this is both operational expenses and expenses in service to the community. It's both pieces, and it's funding from the Office of Justice Programs that was granted. You authorized back in May that we apply for it. It came through almost immediately, and it needed to be expended almost immediately because of the rules of the program and how it's COVID-19 emergency money. And so I accepted it on behalf of the town, and I'm asking you to ratify my decision, because what we were doing was just implementing what you had already authorized that we go ask for.
Okay, thanks, Peter. And this is largely PPE and
supplies, overtime, and personal protective equipment.
Thank you. So, any comments, questions, board? Public? I don't see anybody chiming in.
I think Liz wanted to say something. You just jump on in, Liz.
I was ready to make a motion.
Oh, okay. I think it's good that we continue to invest in public health and public safety. And so, yes, good, very good.
I'd like to agree with Daniel on that.
It feels like everyone's brain is as fried as mine is right now.
I'd like to agree with Liz about her making a motion.
Everybody ready?
Yeah.
I move to ratify Town Manager Elwell's decision to accept and appropriate a $39,730 grant from the Office of Justice Programs for COVID-19 related expenses at the Brattleboro Police Department.
Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to ratify Town Manager Elwell's decision to accept and appropriate $39,730 grant from the Office of Justice Programs for COVID-19 expenses at the Brattleboro Police Department. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. That's unanimous, 5-0. We come now to appointments. Now, what did we do? That was last week. We were talking to people. No, just kidding. It felt like
I was going to say, it was today. It was at 5:45 today, which is now 5 hours ago.
That was today.
We decided that the two committees would be postponed till the next meeting and everybody else we'd vote in.
We did, because in other cases, there's no contested, but now I have to find that. And does someone want to help me find that?
Yeah, it's the first page of the
Part one?
backup material, part 2.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Lots of backup material.
It's Tim.
Yes.
If you'd like, I think I can be helpful. I've got the list in front of me and it's long. It's going to be tedious for someone. And if your intention is to appoint everybody who's not in a contested situation, where there's more seats than candidates in each, most of these situations, if your intention is to approve the slate basically for all of those that are uncontested, I could read the applicable ones and someone could just so moved for appointment to the positions I name. I think at this hour, that might be the easiest way for you to proceed.
Yes.
I don't want Chinese food.
Okay.
Thanks for volunteering that.
Sure. So it would be appointing Mary McLaughlin to a 1-year term on the ADA Advisory Committee, appointing Elizabeth Harrison to the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships Board of Commissioners as the town representative, appointing Jane Fletcher to the Cemetery Committee, appointing Lisette Benger and Jason Schmotzer to the Citizen Police Communications Committee, appointing Marilyn Chiarello to the Conservation Commission, appointing Robin Sweetapple to the Design Review Committee, appointing Nora Dissinger, I'm sorry, I don't know the pronunciation, to as an alternate to the Design Review Committee, appointing Catherine Turnus to the Development Review Board, appointing Oscar Heller, Millicent Cooley, and Tony Duncan to the Energy Committee, and there are staggered terms there. So Oscar Heller has applied for the 3-year term, Millicent Cooley for the 1-year term, and Tony Duncan for the 2-year term. You'd be making those appointments. The Honor Roll Committee, 3 appointments: Sherwood Lake Senior, E. David Wright, and Richard Campbell. Appointing Richard Carroll and Peter T. Richards to the Nelson E. Withington Fund Advisory Committee. Appointing Tom Musikowski to the Planning Commission. Then there's the Recreation and Parks Board that you'll take up on July 7th. Appointing Deborah Miller Chapman as the town's representative, trustee in the Rescue Inc. Board. Confirming the Chamber's appointment of Deb Bunker to the Chamber seat on the Traffic Safety Committee. Then there's the tree advisory committee that you'll also defer to July 7th, and appointing David Levenbach as the weigher of coal.
Would anybody like to so move that?
So moved.
Yeah, so moved. Second.
We have Ian Goodnow moving, and then Brandy
Oh,
Starr.
we've got a question.
I'm sorry.
I saw a question in the chat and I didn't know if it might be pertinent to the motion.
We still have a weigher.
What's the question?
We do. Ryan Stratton has asked, did you receive my application for weigher of coal? I wouldn't, but I'm looking to see.
I don't see evidence that we did. So if there's a question about that, you might want to postpone that one also until July 7th.
Okay.
Or we could, I mean, we do have the ability to do two, do we not?
I'm sorry?
We do have the ability to do two weighers of coal.
Yeah, so there's a nuance there. It's state statute and town charter. The town's charter calls for one and state statute allows two.
Oh, so we'd technically be in violation.
And really, we don't need any.
Hey
Well,
now.
I think we should wait because obviously there's been some sort of mix up with Ryan Stratton's application and we should figure that out.
Is that all right with you, Peter, if we add that to the list of?
Yeah, that's fine. We'll check out what happened there, advise the board and advise Ryan.
So Ian has moved.
I amend my motion to exclude the weigher of coal.
I was just going to say that. Thank you. Ian has moved to move all of these appointments except Recreation and Parks Board, Tree Advisory Committee, and weigher of coal, and we will make sure we get Ryan Stratton's application in. Should he, well, we'll find it. All those in favor, say aye.
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 And that's 5-0. Apologies to the Recreation Parks, Tree Advisory Committee, and weighers of coal, but they'll be okay into July a little bit until we decide that. What else?
I just want to mention that there are a lot of open seats and everyone wants to participate in town government should find a committee that works for them.
Yes, I want to say that there are plenty of open positions, but there's also quite a few people stepping up, and I want to appreciate and elevate that fact too. So, thank you all, and please join us leading this down. Anyone want to make a motion to do anything else?
I would like to make 3 motions unless nobody else really wants to.
Go for it.
We have like 3 other little bits of business, and I was worried we were going to like lose sight of that.
I'm sorry?
I was worried we were going to lose sight of like the collector of taxes, road commissioner, zoning.
Oh, we did indeed lose sight of that. Thank you, Daniel.
You're welcome.
It's my turn. I read you the list and I didn't read the town appointments. Sorry about that.
Oh my gosh.
I can read these ones. They're not very long. Unless we want to talk about it.
Yeah,
Seems like we should probably have some.
in front of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
So you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I got it.
Great.
I move to reappoint Town Manager Peter Elwell as Collector of Taxes for a 1-year term. Also to reappoint Public Works Director Steve Barrett as Road Commissioner for a 1-year term. And finally, to reappoint Zoning Administrator Brian Bannon as Zoning Administrative Officer for a 3-year term.
Thank you. And these are pretty standard appointments. Daniel has made a motion to reappoint Town Manager Peter Elwell as Collector of Taxes for 1 year, Public Works Director Steve Barrett as Road Commissioner for 1 year, and Zoning Administrator Brian Bannon as Zoning Administrative Officer for a 3-year term. All those in favor of those added appointments, say aye.
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 5-0. Liz, before you make a motion.
No, wait, I wanted to mention this comment. Is that what you were going to do?
Well, I was going to just let them know to email me, and I would spread that, share that information, because it's just too hard to direct them to the right place.
For the record, can you just, Tim, can you just say what the comment is?
Eli has asked, is there a place to find a list of committees and openings? There is. It's on the town website, brattleboro.org. And if you want to email me at twessel@brattleboro.org, I'll send you right to the proper place. There might be a few days where we have to fill in what's available and what's not. It takes a couple days to do that. So.
We will need to update from tonight's appointments, and then it'll be clear what is still vacant.
Okay, Eli, it should help. That was a nice sound. Liz, did you have something?
Oh, yes. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, everyone.